Okay.
Yep, we're ready to go, Mayor Sohi.
Okay. All right. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillors Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. We are on,
Would you mind terribly if we did some cleanup of all the work that's been accomplished to date?
we were kind of thinking we're doing that all cleanup at the end. That's what we thought
Okay.
yesterday. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you're ready to do all the cleaning up, we'll do that, no? It's up to you. What do
I
you
think
see?
my friend to the right would love it if we made some decisions, because there's some
Okay.
actions that we could actually embark
Okay,
on that
let's-
councillors are waiting on decisions.
Let's do that. Where would you like to start?
We would love to start with 6-1, please.
Okay, let's 6-1. Let me get to 6-1.
I can move that attachment 1 of the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Manager Verbal Report OCM 02204 be received for information and that it remain private pursuant to Section 24 of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Can we all take it? Who seconded?
Councillor Wright seconded it.
Councillor Wright, thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So next be 6.2, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Who would like to move the recommendation?
I can move it, that
Counselor.
the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Manager Verbal Report OCM 01978 be received for information, and that the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Manager Verbal Report OCM 01978 remain private pursuant to Section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay. Need a seconder? Councillor Knack?
Second.
Councillor Rutherford? Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Tang, you also want to move 6.3?
Sure, yes. Okay, that the
That's a long one.
appointment, a recommendation to the Alberta Municipalities Board of Directors as set out in Attachment 1 of the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01957 be approved, that Attachment 2 of this report be revised as per the discussion at the September 12, 13, 2023 City Council meeting, that councillors, that councillors submit applications to the Alberta Municipalities Board of Directors committees as set out in revised attachment 2 of this report. 4, that the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01957 remain private pursuant to Sections 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and that attachment 1 of this report be private, remain private pursuant to Section 29 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Councillor Knack, you want to second that?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 6-4, Councillor Knack.
Yes, happy to move the motion that is, oh, that's a long one, okay. I'll do that, here we go. That the councillor named in revised attachment 1 of the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report be appointed as a council member advisor to the Edmonton Sport Council Board of Directors for a term of appointment until the Edmonton Sport Council Annual General Meeting in 2025. Number 2, that the terms of reference council member appointment to the Edmonton Sport Council Board of Directors as set out in attachment 3 of the Office of the City Clerk Report be approved. That the August 22nd, 2023 Office of City Clerk Report remain private pursuant to Sections 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And number 4, that the revised attachment 1 of the August 22nd, 2023 Office of City Clerk Report remain private pursuant to Sections 29 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
I'll second that. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Next, we are on to 9.1, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, who would like to move that? Someone else want to move that? Or Councillor Wright, you want to move that? Or Councillor Knack, you want to move that? Councillor Knack,
Sure.
you want to move that?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay.
That the actions outlined in attachment 1 of the September 12th, 2023 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report be approved, and the September 12th, 2023 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report remain private pursuant to Sections 24, 25, and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tank, please vote. This is 9.1.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 9.2, Workers' Compensation Act coverage.
Yes, happy to move that.
Councillor
So it would be
Stevenson.
the recommendation in the attachment 3 be added and that the actions be approved and remain in private, subject to section 29.
So moved.
So moved. Seconded.
Second.
Councillor Wright. Okay, please vote.
Votes just coming. We're just waiting for one more vote.
Point of order, and you're waiting on my vote. I don't have attachment 3 here.
So we were going to create attachment, that was the motion, was to create attachment 3 to include the instructions that were discussed in private. If you want, we haven't actually created it. I believe I can put it in the chat if you would like.
Yeah, I would prefer that, just to know,
Okay, we'll recall the
to
vote.
be crisp on what we're voting on. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Just put it in the, yeah, I'll put it in the council chat. It's been shared with you.
It is in the chat.
Yep. You let us know, Mayor Sohi, when we should resend out the vote.
Yep. Is everyone okay to vote now? Okay. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 9.3, Public Safety and Community Response Task Force update.
I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor
Second.
Cardinal? Councillor Cardinal or Councillor Rice seconded? Councillor Rice, that was you, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I second.
Okay, thank you.
Would
Please.
you like me to read it out, Mayor Sohi?
Yes, please.
Okay, that the presentation be added as attachment 1 to the September 12th, 2023 Office of the City Manager verbal report and remain in private, subject to sections 21 and 24 of FOIP. Point 2, that the mayor on behalf of City Council write a letter to the Edmonton Public Safety and Community Response Task Force with recommendations for work plan topics as provided on slide 5 of attachment 1 of the September 12th OCM report 02034.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. Display the votes, please. That is carried. 9.4, Edmonton Police Commission. Would commission members like to vote and second that? Okay,
Sure, yeah, happy to move that the individuals listed in attachment 1 of the September 12th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 029039 be appointed to the Edmonton Police Commission for the term of January 1, 2024 to December 31st, 2025. And that this remain in private pursuant to sections 17 and 24, and that attachment 1 also remain private subject to section 29.
okay,
Second.
thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 9.5, Federation of Canadian Municipalities Committee Memberships. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I'll move that the action outlined in attachment 1 of September 12th, 2023 Office of Clerk report be approved. 2, that the September 12th, 2023 Office of City Clerk report remain private pursuant to section 17 and 24, and that attachment 1 of the September 12th, 2023 Office of City Clerk report remain private pursuant to section 29.
I'll second that. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. That is it for, right? For now?
Yeah, there's a request to add another item, but we can do that after lunch if you want.
Okay, let's do that
Thanks.
after lunch, yeah. Okay, all right. We are on to items 7.1 and 7.2, capital financial update and operating financial update. And go to administration for a presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Today we're presenting the June 30th, 2023 operating and capital financial updates. Stacey Padbury, our CFO and Deputy City Manager of Financial Corporate Services, Harm Rai, Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager of Financial Services, Kent Bjornstad, Director of Corporate Accounting and Reporting, and Felicia Muthiardi, Corporate Economist, will provide the update today. Administration shares these updates 3 times a year with Council to show the City's financial performance against the operating and capital budgets, as well as our financial projections for the rest of the year. This regular reporting is part of our commitment to being accountable and open about our finances with Council and with Edmontonians. It also gives Council a solid understanding of our financial health to support your decision making. We plan and track our budgets based on the best available information, with an understanding that things may change throughout the year that impact our results. What we present to you today are the financial results based on what has happened to the end of June 30th, 2023, and what that might mean for the end year results at this point in time. The city is currently projecting an unfavorable variance from the operating budget of $73.8 million by the end of 2023. This is one of the larger variances we have had in several years. The team will explain the root causes of this variance later in the presentation. I did want to highlight that a large portion of the variance is a result of external factors. As administration, we will continue to be prudent with our spending in an effort to draw down the deficit as much as possible. However, the deficit is large and will add to the financial pressures the city is already facing through the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle. Our presentation today will provide an economic update with information on consumer inflation and building construction prices. The June 30th, 2023 capital financial update touching on the budget cycle spend, significant project results, and a high-level review of debt. And we will complete the presentation with an overview of the operating financial results for enterprise and utility programs and tax-supported operations, as well as an update on specific reserves. The report also includes a recommendation for the creation of a new reserve for community and safety and well-being and an amendment to the Brownfield Redevelopment Reserve. Financial updates are to monitor progress against capital and operating budgets as the year and budget cycle progresses. Performance and projected performance reflects what is known to date. This is the first financial update we are providing to the City Council in the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle, and will provide some context setting in terms of the city's financial condition before the fall supplemental budget discussions. So to start off, I'll turn things over to our corporate economist, Felicia.
Thank you, Andre. Good morning. Broadly speaking, key economic indicators over the first half of 2023 suggested relatively strong economic activity in Edmonton and in the Census Metropolitan Area, or the CMA. This economic update will focus on population growth and price inflation, specifically building construction price inflation and consumer inflation. Starting with population growth, we have 3 annualized growth series on this chart. In pink, we have growth nationally. In dark blue, we have growth for Alberta. And the light blue squares represent annualized growth rates for Edmonton. When we updated the spring forecast, we lifted the population growth rate for Edmonton compared to the fall 2022 forecast, starting in the 2022 to 2023 period. The information we've seen since filing the spring forecast suggests that even lifting the growth rate to 3%, which is a strong pace of growth in Edmonton, it may not have been enough based on annualized growth at the provincial and national levels. For Canada, international migration is driving population growth higher. Supporting this is the federal government Immigration Levels Plan. Last fall, permanent resident admissions targets were lifted at a steady clip to reach 500,000 in 2025. However, international migration comprises both permanent residents and non-permanent residents. Non-permanent residents really drove Alberta's population growth in Q1 2023, and very likely is continuing into Q2 2023. International students have definitely played a role in this. In the second quarter of this year, annualized growth in Alberta was 4.5%, and that was its strongest growth rate since 1981. Population growth in Edmonton has typically outpaced provincial population growth, which suggests to us that growth over the 2022 to 2023 period will be much stronger than the 3% growth we had in the spring outlook. Now, with strong population growth, particularly from net migration, there are both upside and downside risks. On the upside, typically stronger than anticipated population growth brings additional consumers of goods and services, including housing, and potentially boosts the working age population. On the downside, however, if that unanticipated growth is sudden and exceptionally strong, which is likely currently happening in Edmonton, it could be a negative shock to the economy over the short term, as the supply of housing and services may not have fully anticipated the scale of immigration, translating into a sudden and strong increase in demand. So non-residential and residential building construction prices in general have remained elevated, although price pressures in recent quarters have eased. Building construction price inflation in the Edmonton CMA for residential and non-residential structures decelerated over the first half of 2023. Annualized price inflation for residential structures slowed to 0.8% in Q2 2023, and that was a significant slowdown compared to 8.5% in Q1. For non-residential structures, annualized price inflation was 4.6% in the second quarter compared to 8.1% in the first quarter. Now, despite the easing, price pressures remain a concern. The cumulative impact of price pressures over 2021 and 2022 left building construction prices significantly higher compared to the first quarter of 2020, as illustrated through this chart. For residential structures, in green, building construction prices were estimated to be almost 54% higher as of the second quarter of this year compared to the first quarter of 2020, while prices for non-residential building construction, that's in blue, were estimated to be almost 26% higher. Higher borrowing costs experienced both by builders and home buyers are viewed as headwinds to residential construction activity in Edmonton and could have a more pronounced impact on construction activity for costlier projects, for example, like multi-unit rental projects on the residential side. Now, turning our sights to consumer inflation, similar to building construction price inflation, consumer inflation in the Edmonton CMA has been easing. In June this year, annualized consumer inflation dropped below 2% for the first time since March 2021. However, also similar to the building construction price inflation chart, despite the easing, consumer prices remain a concern, especially when you take into consideration the cumulative impact of price growth since the first quarter of 2020. On this chart, we have cumulative consumer price inflation for all items, so the headline inflation rate in light blue. We have own accommodation in dark blue and rented accommodation in green. Even though the Consumer Price Index, so the index that we track for consumer inflation, is not meant to be a cost of living index, it's undeniable that there have been significant increases to the cost of living, which could be one reason explaining why there was much stronger growth in the region's labor force compared to growth in the working age population over the first half of this year. It's worth noting that while family income isn't yet available for 2022, median family income for both couple and single-parent families did not keep pace with inflation in 2021. There remains uncertainty about the near-term trajectory for inflation, particularly for shelter, through higher interest rates, higher building construction prices, and specific to rented accommodation, increased competition for rental units from in-migration driving rental rates higher. Price growth for rented accommodation has been trending higher recently, after not seeing much growth over the course of 2022 and at the start of this year. For own accommodation, price inflation has been on the rise since the start of 2022. And with that, I'll now pass things over to Ken to provide the capital financial results.
Thanks, Felicia. So the capital report presents the capital financial results against the 23 to 26 capital budget, provides an update on significant projects, and includes an update on debt. This slide summarizes the 23 to 26 capital budget, including expenditures beyond 2026, and shows capital spend to date in the cycle compared to the previous cycle. As reflected in the left bar chart, of the total approved 23 to 26 capital budget, $9.2 billion is for capital expenditures in the 23 to 26 timeframe, while the remaining $1 billion is for the period after 2026. As of June 30th, 2023, which is half a year into the four-year budget cycle, the city has expended $0.4 billion of its capital budget, reflecting 4.8% of the $9.2 billion planned expenditures for the 23 to 26 period, as shown in the middle bar. For comparison, at the same point in the previous four-year cycle, the city had expended $0.4 billion, reflecting 5.7% of the planned expenditures for that period, which is shown on the right bar. The charts on this slide represent significant capital profile status weighted by the project's approved budget relative to the total capital budget, and then compared to the previous reporting period. The left chart is budget status and the right chart is schedule status. As indicated in the charts, 99.6% of the significant capital projects are reporting within an acceptable tolerance for budget, seen on the left, and 82% are reporting within an acceptable tolerance for schedule, seen on the right. Projects within the green or yellow status are considered to be within an acceptable tolerance. Red, yellow, and green project statuses are further explained in attachment 2 of the capital report. The red status for schedule is primarily made up of Valley Line Southeast, 103A Ave Pedway, Ironworks Building Rehab, and the Enterprise Systems Transformation Program. Generally speaking, the budget and schedule status is similar to this December 2022 reporting. Moving on to debt. This chart reflects the city's tax-supported debt servicing and total debt servicing forecasted out to 2041, compared to the related debt servicing limits. Tax-supported debt servicing is reflected as the blue dotted line and shaded area on the chart. The city's policy limits tax-supported debt servicing to 18% of tax-supported net operating expenditures, which is shown as the blue diamonds line. Tax-supported debt servicing can exceed the 18% limit for a few reasons, including providing city match funding required to leverage external funds, where the external funds fund at minimum 1/3 total project costs, or where the debt is self-supporting tax guaranteed, or where the tax-supported debt is required for emergency purposes. The current approved debt is forecasting the city to exceed the 18% limit in 2027 and 2028. Any future tax-supported debt financing considerations will need to fall within the restrictions mentioned previously. Total debt servicing for the city, inclusive of tax-supported debt, self-supported tax guaranteed debt, and self-liquidating debt, is shown as the red triangle line on this chart. Total debt servicing is allowed up to 21% of city revenues, and debt servicing above this, up to 26% of city revenues, is only for emergency purposes as defined in the debt policy. The city is well within its limits for total debt servicing. On to operating. The operating financial report reflects the June 30th, 2023 year-to-date operating results and year-end projections compared to the approved budgets. We'll go through enterprise and utility results and then cover tax-supported results before providing an overview of balances in our reserves and reserve recommendations. Waste Services has a net $9 million favorable year-to-date variance and a projected $8 million favorable year-end variance, mainly as a result of lower personnel costs due to delays in hiring, including seasonal staff, lower power usage costs from the residual dryer facility related to the Enerchem shutdown, and lower amortization costs. This is offset by higher costs for the anaerobic digester facility due to an unplanned electrical outage, resulting in use of a temporary backup generator. Land Enterprise and Blatchford redevelopment variances are primarily related to differences in timing of land sales compared to when they were budgeted within the 4-year cycle. Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility and all 3 CRLs have no significant variances to report. I'll now pass it over to Harm to go over the tax-supported operating results and the financial stabilization reserve.
Thanks, Kent. So the June year-to-date results for tax-supported operations is a $2.7 million deficit, which is 0.2% compared to budget, and the year-end projected position for tax-supported operations is a $73.8 million deficit, which is 2.6% of the expenditure budget. The main factors contributing to the unfavorable variances are included on this slide. Those include higher than budgeted salary settlements, lower transit fare revenue due to lower than anticipated fares in high-earning product categories. While ridership numbers have reached the pre-pandemic levels, a higher portion of those riders are discounted fare products like Ride Transit and seniors discounts. There's lower than budgeted gas franchise fees as a result of lower distribution rates charged by ATCO to customers. The city collects the gas franchise fee based on a delivery tariff revenues resulting from the distribution charges. Furthermore, January to March 2023 was warmer than forecasted, resulting in lower actual delivery tariff revenue and franchise fee revenue for those 3 months compared to the assumptions used in the budget. There were lower than budgeted permit fees, mainly due to lower than expected on-street construction and maintenance revenue, as well as lower traffic control fees such as pods, developer signs, moving permits, and detours. There's higher than anticipated computer software maintenance costs related to the Enterprise Commons project. And there's higher public washroom costs due to the Shigella outbreak and associated response. So on December 15th, 2022, Alberta Health Services formally requested that the city continue to provide hygiene resources until the Shigella outbreak is declared over, up until the end of spring 2024, as a preventative measure. The province has not provided funding for these additional safety measures to date. So city administration is delivering the unfunded Shigella response until April 30th, 2024, at a projected cost of $1.5 million in 2023, which is what you see in the slide, and $300,000 in 2024. These unfavorable variances are partially offset by favorable budget variance, mainly due to unfilled vacancies across various city departments. We have implemented some Op-12 restraints, and so approximately 27 of these positions have been paused due to Op-12 hiring restraints. And that's resulting in $1.3 million in savings year to date and around $2.7 million to the end of 2023 projected. We're also seeing higher memberships and admission revenue due to recreation and attraction facilities achieving higher than expected demand for programs and services. So I also wanted to highlight that as of the end of June, the city incurred approximately $3.1 million in costs to support Albertans impacted as a result of the wildfires in 2023. mostly related to the Drayton Valley and Edson wildfires. Our intention is to submit an application to the Provincial Disaster Recovery Program for full reimbursement of these costs that the city has incurred in support of wildfires in other jurisdictions. Our teams are working diligently to ensure we have captured all of the costs. As such, the costs reflected on this slide are still preliminary and are subject to change. The Yellowknife support services began after June, and so because this report's as of June 30th, those costs are not included on the figures in this slide. Next slide. So the Financial Stabilization Reserve, as per city policy, the FSR policy, at year end, any tax-supported surplus is transferred to the reserve, and any deficit would be offset by the unappropriated FSR, thereby reducing the reserve balance. The minimum and maximum balances are calculated as 5% and 8% of current year tax-supported expenditures in accordance with that reserve policy. So the projected balance of the FSR for 2023, based on the approved budget transfers from the reserve, is $135.7 million, reflected by the solid red line on the gauge, which is just above the minimum balance of $123.5 million, but below the target balance of $205.1 million. The balance does not reflect the projected year-end tax-supported deficit of $73.8 million, which usually we reflect in 2024 after the year-end has been closed and after we know the final results for the year. But because this deficit is so large, we did include a dotted red line on the gauge to show the revised FSR balance, considering the transfer of the projected deficit to the FSR, and if this is where we actually ended up at the end of the year. The FSR balance would be $61.9 million, shown by that dotted red line, if tax-supported operations ended the year with an unfavorable budget variance of $73.8 million, as currently projected. In this case, the FSR would fall below its minimum balance by approximately $61.6 million. And in accordance with policy, in the event that the unappropriated FSR falls below the minimum balance, a strategy will need to be adopted to achieve a minimum balance over a period not to exceed 3 years, starting with the subsequent year's operating budget. I'll hand it back over to Kent to finalize the presentation.
Thanks, Harm. So the year-end projected balance for the Planning and Development Reserve is $39.4 million, which is above the minimum target of 17 million. The projected year-end balance of the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve for 2023 is $3.7 million, which is above the minimum required balance of $1.2 million. There is higher than budgeted revenues in 2023 related to an increased speed violations due to the arrival of additional traffic counting equipment, resulting in increased enforcement capacity at high-speed roadways. Additionally, better road conditions and higher average fines per ticket in Q1 and Q2 contributed to higher revenues collected. Next slide, please. Administration is proposing to create a new reserve for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy, CSWB. The intent of CSWB strategy, as discussed with City Council on May 16, 2022, is to advance efforts to address the root causes of complex social challenges, including racism, poverty, and homelessness. CSWB initiatives are assessed for impact according to a council-approved pillars, guiding principles, and outcomes as discussed in the CSWB strategy. Annual funding for the CSWB strategy is $21.9 million. Transfers to and from the reserve must be in line with the strategy approved by City Council. The funding is currently held within the Financial Strategies account. Establishing a reserve will allow for the tax levy funds of $21.9 million to be transferred to the reserve on an annual basis and allocated to the initiatives as approved by City Council. The reserve will allow for monitoring, tracking, and reporting on use of funds and unallocated funds. Funds unallocated at year-end will be retained within the reserve to support future funding requirements in alignment with the CSWB strategy. Funds approved for CSWB initiatives but not spent by year-end due to timing of expenditures will be held within the reserve to offset expenses when they are incurred in the future years. The proposal for this reserve is included as recommendation number 1 in the report. Next slide, please. Administration is requesting an update to an existing reserve, the Brownfield Redevelopment Reserve. To facilitate implementation of City Policy C-571, Brownfield Remediation and Redevelopment Support, the Brownfield Redevelopment Reserve was established with approval by City Council on December 15, 2015. The reserve accumulated timing differences between recognition of the city's liability and expense to to provide funds to the grant applicant for the Phase 3 redevelopment work and receipt of future municipal tax uplift from the redevelopment to pay back the grant and related liability. Administration is proposing to increase the scope of the reserve to include the Phase 1, 2, and 4 grant programs as well. It may take several years for applicants to complete remediation and redevelopment work and to fulfill the criteria of the grant funding agreement for Phase 1, 2, and 4 grants. The grants are only provided once the applicant has fulfilled all the criteria of the grant funding agreement. This may result in a delay between when the grant application is approved and when the grant is actually distributed to the applicant. The proposed change would have the reserve accumulate at any timing differences between when the applicants are approved under a grant funding agreement and when they fulfill the criteria for grant payment. Funding from the reserve would continue to be in line with the city policy, brownfield remediation and redevelopment support. The proposed update to this existing reserve is included as recommendation 2 in the report. We can now take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and we'll go to questions from council members at this time. This was exempted by Councillor Knack, so we'll start with
Others can go first. I've talked a lot today.
I'm sorry?
Others can start. That's fine. Thank you.
Motion.
Oh, but I will move the
yes.
motion. Absolutely. I'll move both motions on, the first one, 7.1 is to receive for information. And then on 7.2, it is to approve that the reserve be established for the community safety and well-being strategies outlined in attachment 2 of the September 12, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report, and that the Brownfield Redevelopment Reserve purpose and scope be updated and outlined in attachment 2 of the September 12, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright? All right, we have motions on the floor. Now we will open for questions. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much for the update. I'll go first. I have a bit of a smattering of questions. I'll start with the economic update. Wondering if you can talk more about housing affordability and what you're observing currently within the context of national housing issues. I was also wondering about vacancy rate, across the city, or, any differences you're seeing within the city. And so related to this category, are we kind of around a healthy level of vacancy?
Speak to the first question around housing affordability. Just like to clarify that in terms of housing affordability, it's really difficult to look at aggregate data to come up with one indicator because it can be experienced very differently by by different households. But in terms of for owned accommodation for those who hold a mortgage, third-party reports suggest that in terms of mortgage carrying costs, the mortgage carrying cost in Edmonton is lower than in other major Canadian cities. In terms of the rental vacancy rate, we only have data from the CMHC that's done every fall in October, and we get results in February of the following year. The last result that we have available is from October 2022, and what that suggests is that for purpose-built rental apartments, the vacancy rate came down from 7.6% in October 2021 to 4.5% in October 2022. But the thing is that between October 2022 to now, a lot has changed, especially with strong immigration. So we're looking at this and taking it with a huge grain of salt, because from what we're hearing from media reporting, and even from statements from the public and also from industry, is that there is very strong upward pressure on rental demand.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for that. And then just around the employment rate, so employment rate is going up, and also I think in the report the unemployment rate is also going up, and that's just because of an overall population growth. Is that right?
Absolutely. So we have increases to the working age population, so those who are 15 years and over, that would be counted as part of that group. But we also have much stronger growth to the labor force, which is those who are participating in the labor market, either employed or actively seeking work if they are without employment. And with the labor force growth outpacing that of the working age population, has definitely put pressure on the number of people that would be the denominator in calculating the unemployment rate. Employment growth has not necessarily kept pace with labor force growth, which is the reason why there was an uptick in the unemployment rates.
I see. Okay, thank you. And then just finally, I think in the past outlook and, certainly other forecasts that I've seen, we are kind of on the cusp of this recession. Wondering if you can talk a little bit about that, in light of this. Is that still the case within, the economist community? Is that on your radar? If you can just talk a bit more about that.
Absolutely. So at the start of the year, that was definitely a risk that we kept in mind. But with the Edmonton economy, one of the factors that are, in our opinion, helping us to skate around a recession is strong population growth.
Okay.
And that's definitely helping to help boost economic activity, broadly speaking. In our forecast, we aren't predicting negative growth for real GDP, but at the same time, we do see some risks emerging, especially when it comes down to prices. As we mentioned, with consumer prices, as well as increased competition for housing in the rental market, those being potentially downside risks to our forecasts.
Thank you. Over to the operating a bit. From the year-to-date deficit to end of year is a huge jump. And Andre, you had talked about things that kind of really outside of our control, and I think the big part of that is the settlement that will be kind of, decided in the second half of the year. Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's where the biggest part for that. I thought the comment about the province is not funding the healthcare responses to Shigella interesting. What are the conversations like around that? They just want us to kind of do it and not provide the resource for municipalities to take on yet another healthcare.
I'll just defer to Jennifer on this one.
Yeah, I think this speaks to a connection between AHS and Alberta Health and the newly minted Mental Health and Addictions Ministry. So I know that there are conversations live there to determine who might be picking that up. But we were advocating to the province that they lean into that space. That is their responsibility.
Absolutely. Glad to hear the conversation is happening. Okay, I'm out of time. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cardwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for the presentation. Really just a couple of questions. First of all, on franchise fees, can you just dig into a little bit more? Reduction of franchise fees, because ATCO is charging less for franchise fees, but there's a bracket that they can charge in, isn't that right?
That's right. So there are franchise fees based on 35% of their distribution fee their delivery revenues, and internally they've done a cost of service study, and that's shifted around some of the costs that they're recovering. So they're collecting lower delivery revenues, and as a result of that, our 35% of that portion is now smaller.
Yeah, so because delivery is less expensive, 35% of delivery is less revenue to us, and that's what's resulting in this change.
Correct.
That might be an ongoing change. That's not just an anomaly. That could be the case, as long as their operating costs stay relatively consistent or even improve.
Yes, something definitely we're considering as a part of the upcoming budget discussions.
Okay, thank you. And then on permit fee review, I'm a little I'm confused by that. So we're saying that we had less road construction, so less OSCAM permit revenue. Is that where we're headed with this?
That is correct. I might turn it over to Mr. Robart to kind of expand on that a bit more.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out where this the stream of logic that says we've had less road construction, so less permit fees. Is it as simple as that? We've had less road construction and therefore less permits taken out and less revenue than projected?
Yeah, I think we can get Craig to answer that for you. Craig?
And I'd be interested in, so it's $6 million less this year, but $6 million out of what? Like, what was our projected fee revenue, permit revenue, and what is it now? 6 is the delta.
I could maybe add a bit to this. Certainly Craig McEwen would have specifics. Some of our projections are on the basis of duration of OSCAM permits. And so this is sort of the stick-carrot thing, that what we're seeing is people are reducing their amount of time on the road with their various permits. Therefore, our revenues are going down, but we get a could benefit from that in that they get out quicker. And this includes our construction that we undertake ourselves, but also utility work and developer work, et cetera. So it's a bit of it's a good thing to have when you get those revenues, but it's also a good thing that they're getting off the roads
Well,
quicker.
I'm tempted to make a white mud drive crack, but I won't. But I hear you. Okay, so you're right. The yin and the yang and the good and the bad. So I'm not sure if Mr. McEwen has something to add to that.
He's not online. I'll check with him.
Okay, that's fine. You can,
Sorry about that. I'll get caught up here and be able to answer here 1 second.
Sure, yeah, no problem. And then maybe then to Mr. Loughlin, my last question. Blatchford redevelopment, 5.7 million below projected. Can you just explain that number?
Just projected sales versus actuals, and just with the market that we see different uptake or pace of our ability to sell those lots. So
what did we project? Do you know?
We also, could I just add, we had the deal with Nate, we closed on one of the parcels last year. So that was taken out of this year's income. That was the biggest part of that.
And how much was that?
Round numbers,
sorry.
Around 5 million.
Around, okay.
So it's the majority of it.
So had that happened this year, that's almost all the variance.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much for these reports. I mean, not very clear information. So definitely a lot to digest and reflect on as we move into the budget process, but I appreciated the clarity of what was presented. I just had a few quick questions about the Community Safety Wellbeing Reserve. So very supportive of that recommendation. I think that's great. I was just curious on the two reserves, why they aren't interest bearing, even just as like a savings account?
So we usually, so we do earn interest on all our funds.
Okay.
The ones that are intended for capital purposes, the reserves that are intended for capital purposes, we return those interest funds back to the reserve if they're funding capital, just because of the time value of money. Because these reserves aren't specifically for capital work, that's why the interest is not coming back into the reserves.
And do we, so that's sort of the standard practice, is there any reason why the interest couldn't stay in there, just to help it continue to grow?
So, if you move money, so I appreciate the comment, but what you're doing in the operating budget is assigning a certain amount of the operating tax levy every year. Or the operating budget every year. So that's what's going in there. The notion of applying interest means that interest then probably gets reduced on the capital side of the budget, because right now interest earnings go to pay-as-you-go.
Perfect. No, that's very clear. Thank you so much. And then what are the timelines for developing the policy? Again, I think we've spoken at past updates just about developing a clear policy and guidelines about which projects are and aren't funded out of here. So when do we anticipate that work coming forward?
So maybe I'll just clarify. So we'll create the reserve, and the reserve is tied to the strategy. I wouldn't necessarily create a reserve policy. So I assume you're asking about, are we creating a CSWB policy?
Yes, yeah. So I think we've spoken in the past about how we haven't necessarily had, we have the overall strategy, but we haven't necessarily had specific guidelines that are written down and codified about what expenditures are appropriate to come out of the fund versus other resources at the city. So is that just something that I had understood that come this fall, when we have an update with the funding recommendations for the remainder of this year's community safety wellbeing, that we would have a discussion about setting out some guidelines. And I apologize, I thought that would be tied to the creation of the reserve, but it sounds like that it can be informed through other mechanisms, I guess, not necessarily a formal reserve policy held by finance, for example.
Yeah, I think we still got some work to do on that, Councillor. We'll definitely make recommendations to Council on how to spend that money. I think it is evolving over time. Every time we have a discussion about it, there's different parameters involved. So I don't think we'll be ready to come with a very specific policy this fall, but we'll definitely come with very specific funding recommendations. And I think even that discussion alone will help. sort of resolve where we go from a more detailed policy perspective. So,
Okay.
and I also think that, as I've mentioned before, we're still not counting all the true CSWB actions, and so I'd rather kind of do that first, especially in the well-being pillar, to show like recreation centers and libraries and all those things that contribute to well-being before we get into a policy discussion is my recommendation.
Great. Well, and I think that builds off a motion we'll be talking about later today, so that works well. And then just so I can be clear as well, so for now, what I was understanding is that any expenditures from the Community Safety Wellbeing Reserve do come to council.
Yes,
that
that's
correct?
my
Okay.
understanding. Yeah.
Great, excellent. And I think I, just want to echo Councillor Tang's comments around seeking the reimbursement on the washroom and shower expenses that we incurred as a result of the request from AHS. I think would be a great way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I don't have too many questions. I mean, it's not great news, but I don't have many questions, but I do actually have an amendment that I'd like to make to the motion on the floor. I think the clerk, she's chatting it to me right now. So I guess, no, I just have introduction. So I'm just, if you could just humor me for a second to, okay, so my amendment is that motion 1 be amended by adding the following after attachment 2, with the following change be included. Page 1 of attachment 2, second sentence be deleted and replaced with, the intent of the CSWB reserve will be used to fund CSWB initiatives according to the council approved pillars: anti-racism, reconciliation, well-being, pathways in and out of poverty, safety and inclusive spaces, equitable policies and procedures, and crime prevention and crisis intervention.
Okay, it is seconded.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Knack, yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
introduce?
Yeah, please, go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
So in the current attachment, as well as in the body of the report, it talks about the intent of the strategy as discussed on May 16th, 2022, is for advancing prevention-focused efforts to address root causes of social challenges. But when I went back to that report, I searched all words pertaining to prevention, and crime prevention came up several times, as well as drug poisoning prevention. Those were the only mentions in that report about prevention. And as we're creating this fund, I worry that if we approve today the intent being only prevention in nature, we know we're funding things such as 24/7 crisis diversion, that I worry if we approve this today to start this fund and we have it within those very preventative parameters, we're limiting ourselves to the future discussion. So I felt it was imperative to change that and keep it a bit broader while still focused on the pillars that we've approved and those areas. But, absolutely, I think prevention is important. I don't think any of us disagree with that. I just don't want to limit us to only addressing community and safety well-being through prevention. So that's the intent of this amendment.
Thank you. And you have more questions, Councillor Rutherford? Any additional questions?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can sometimes speak about updates absent of major contributing factors over the arc of time, and then that gets reflected in the news report. So maybe to add a bit of context, the question is that in 2019, the 4-year budget was set at, I believe the tax rate was 2.6% for 4 years. Is that right, Ms. Padbury?
Yeah, that's correct. At the original setting of the 4-year budget last term, it was 2.6, 2.6, 2.6, 2.6.
Right, and then COVID hit, and so we had 1 year of 2.6, and then what were the resulting tax rates?
So Councillor Paquette, in 2019 it was 2.6 and it stayed there. In 2020 we started at 2.6, ended up at 1.3%, and then in 2021 again started at 2.6% and we went down to 0. And then 2022 started at 2.6 and ended up at 1.6.
Okay, so that had a meaningful impact on the budget and the dollars the city collected for public services. Do we know what that amount was? What that impact is? In ballpark, we don't have to get down to the decimal.
not off the top of my head, but just that difference between starting at 2.6 and ending up at like 0, for example, 1% tax increase is around $19 million. So that's the rough math.
Yeah, so I mean, easily we'd be in the realm quite comfortably if we said about $60 million impact on service delivery. Okay, so and the public saw that. They saw that in the mowing. They're seeing it even to this day with things like that. It's still having an impact on us. Those pandemic budgets. So just to keep it very clear with those tax rates, were we even close to keeping up with inflation or population growth?
So the question is, were the amounts set in the last 4 year enough to keep up with population growth plus inflation?
Yes.
I would say no, that was a conscious decision to lower the burden in COVID.
Right. And even with the current 4-year budget, with the current tax rates, does that keep up with population growth plus inflation?
So the current 4 year, I think I would describe it this way. We're really trying to make sure we can keep the services up and respond to population and inflation and be prudent. But the reality is inflation and population growth is higher than that number you passed.
Right. And as far as I know, of most municipalities in Canada that are above 500,000 people, we have some of the lowest tax rates over these next 4 years. Is that correct? I mean, I remember Vancouver's like 10%, Calgary's much higher than us.
Yes, I would definitely say during the COVID years, 2020 and 2021, we did have some of the lower tax rates across Canada, major municipalities.
And today?
So I think we could probably only look at last year because
right,
we're at the 4.96.
Not everyone does a 4 year.
Yeah, not everyone does a 4 year, but I think your observation would be reasonably accurate, and we can pull out the information on what others approved, but often 5 was lower than others. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So so that puts us in a little bit of a tough spot when we're looking at this update, in that I'm not surprised. We are not keeping up with inflation. The cost of things is growing. Our tax rate did not account for that cost. And so we're kind of in a rock and a hard place where the choice is more taxes to deliver to the public the services they want, or say they want, right, for the most part, or keep fighting this battle on what is essentially diminishing services if we are responding to this deficit. Am I right there?
Yeah, I think from a holistic point of view, maybe this the one observation that I would make in the way that we approach this when we try to build budgets is looking at like how much of this is systemic going forward. The pressure, so we're projecting a almost $74 million deficit. The majority of that pressure is coming from salary settlements, transit fare revenue not coming back to its pre-pandemic amounts, gas franchise fees, and permit revenue. And then there's a lot of other things, but those top 3 are really account for the majority of the deficit we're experiencing.
Yeah, I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks for the update. Maybe just picking up on transit revenues and transit fares, I'm just wondering, how do we anticipate the introduction of the off-peak service hours? How will that influence fare projections and revenues?
So I can speak to that, Councillor. So there will be, we anticipate growth, so there will be a bump. The extent to which we see that bump, it's certainly not going to offset the full variance, but there will be a positive contribution.
Okay, that's good to hear. Sorry, remind me of the timing of that again.
So it went into service with a September schedule change. So last week was our first full week of having that service added.
Great. Thank you for that. I also had some questions similar to Councillor Cartmel about the OSCAM fees and just why we're seeing a lag there. I guess in previous financial updates, I recall, hopefully correctly, that we've seen sort of a consistent lag and lower than expected fees there. I'm just wondering how are we planning to adjust that and project that in the future if we're seeing a trend towards lower than expected fees there?
I can jump in this time. Sorry.
Or is it a trend? I should clarify. Is it a trend or is this an anomaly this year?
No, it's not an anomaly for this year. And apologies for the previous one. I was just trying to deal with something in real time. It is a trend over time. There were a number of assumptions built into the original budget in 2018 that were reflective of 2019 to 22 that never came to light. One of those examples is charging for patios. So lane fees for patios and businesses, something that was built into the budget. That is one of the factors why the overall budget is not caught up. We chose not to charge those fees and continue not to charge those fees deliberately. But that adds to it. Same thing with tree permits. There's a few other permits that were built into the budget, assumed that we would charge for those and haven't. The path forward, though, is we are looking at the overall OSCAM process. How do we better manage this program? And we do have a report coming forward to talk about fees associated with fines. And that was a motion brought forward by Councillor Wright. And so within that report, we're going to talk about the impact of the fees associated with those obstructing or not taking out OSCAM permits, but then also looking at the overall process itself. How do we overhaul this in order to better account, better generate more OSCAMs, and how can we better enforce to correct that budget longer term?
Okay, excellent. That's great. Thank you for that answer, and I look forward to that future conversation. And then maybe just a slightly larger question to Ms. Padbury. I just need to clarify my understanding here. So about 43 million of the 73.8 million shortfall is related to salary settlements. So that means that we are going to be using FSR to fill that. But then there's also going to be ongoing impacts to continue paying those salaries, correct?
That's correct. What you see in this number is the impact up to the end of 2023. 2024 will be dealt with in the budget adjustment in the fall.
Right. Okay. So we're not actually seeing that ongoing impact at this stage.
Well, sorry, just to clarify, there is an ongoing impact. You will need to account for that in the budget going forward.
Right. Okay. That's helpful. Do we know what the estimated tax impact of refilling the FSR and creating that, and paying the ongoing salary increases would be at this time, or is that a later conversation?
I think probably a later conversation, simply because we are undertaking some work to make sure that we're reviewing, for example, the appropriated FSR to see if there's anything that's finalized that can be moved back. And so I'm not sure I want to quote a number until we're finished all pieces of our work.
Yeah, totally fair. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'll just get my question out of the way here on Enterprise Commons. 70% of the budget's been spent, and we're still in a replanning. Is there part of that replanning, I guess, is there a backup plan or maybe a decision to divest?
I'm not sure what is meant by a backup plan, but we undertook a replanning which was significant to make sure that we can deliver this project and go live with a new combined system, payroll and finance supply chain system. Because if we don't, the old systems are not supported. So we are working hard to get this project to completion.
And within that remaining 30% of the budget that's left?
That's our intent.
Okay. Otherwise, you start just writing paper checks to employees?
I couldn't possibly write paper checks to employees.
All right, thank you. And then I'm just also wondering, so those salary settlements, and some of those are going back to 2018, 2021, and being carried over. And if we didn't settle, we wouldn't be incurring the cost at this point. It would be carried over to future years.
So maybe I'll just be clear. So every year what we do is we make an estimate of what we think a salary settlement will be, and we accrue for that. And so where you really sort of experience the issue is when settlements are higher than what we expected them to be, and that's what is happening here.
So some of those expectations then going back to 2018, 2019, was that the settlements were going to be less, right?
Yeah, like you have settled for more than was anticipated.
Okay. And when Councillor Paquette asked or mentioned the previous budget being 2.6 for 4 years, and then it had to be adjusted because of COVID, was that 2.6 then sufficient to cover inflation and population growth for those 4 years if the pandemic didn't happen?
No, because if I remember correctly, part of getting to 2.6 was a cumulative reduction strategy that pushed us to 2.6. So even back then, 2.6 was lower than population plus inflation, but we had done some work to make reductions across programs and things throughout the city.
Okay. And is that somewhat similar to what's being done now with OP12 and trying to reallocate some funding rather than increasing property taxes?
Yeah, I think that's what, so I would just start with, we try to do that all the time, to look at where there are efficiencies, where can we change the way we deliver a service to make sure that we can deliver a service as efficiently as possible at the lowest cost to taxpayers. I would just say, like with OP12, some of the decisions, because we've done, for the last 10 years, we've run a number of programs, 2% for innovation. We did an exercise where we looked at what would be to reduce the tax levy by 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%. As we've done those and as councils have taken those ideas, the deeper you go into this exercise, the harder it is to find money that doesn't impact service levels.
Okay. And some of that, I think like some of the renewal work that you know, that we've asked you to do, some of that deferred maintenance that's been deferred over time, that's coming from some of this OP12 work to get that caught up.
So if I go back to the original OP12 motion, it was reallocate $240 million over the cycle to things that you prioritized, which were affordable housing, transit, I'm missing, the environment, and then core services. So I think renewal and things like that come in as a core service. If you own it, you have to maintain it.
Okay, thank you. And my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm just trying to figure out, so of the last year's tax increase of about the 4.8% or 4.x%, about 2% of that was to backfill the reductions to the Edmonton police through the photo radar revenue and everything else, right? Like it was 25 million, is that right?
It was 22.3 million, but I want to be careful with the wording about backfill, because that $22.3 million was always there. All we did was, rather than taking traffic safety and automated reserve revenue and giving it to the police in a grant, we stopped giving them the grant, but we still give them the same amount of money.
Right, so we had to
It's like a
generate revenue though, and that generation required a tax increase. So somewhere between a 1% and 3% tax increase would have been necessary to generate that revenue, right?
Yeah, but you're generating the revenue caused by the loss of traffic safety and automated enforcement revenue. You didn't actually change the value of what you gave police because of it.
Yes, I think we're agreeing. Yeah, just so that money was generated by us, not by people speeding with photo radar tickets. It was generated by taxpayers.
It's now generated by taxpayers because you're generating less money through traffic safety and automated enforcement.
Right, but it's not like EPS found efficiencies to backfill that. Like, well, no, there's fewer photo radar tickets, therefore we're going to reduce spending. They didn't do that. We raised taxes.
Correct, because automated enforcement has been ours for a number of years.
So then now I'm looking at the salary settlements here on page. It says 43 million, but it says excluding the Edmonton Police Service. I just want to be clear. Is the salary settlements with EPS separate to that 43 million or included?
It's included.
So, and how much was the salary settlement with EPS?
Just give me a second here.
Can you just give us a minute on that to parse apart?
And that information is public now, right? The settlement itself.
It's public. I can give you some. I'll just give you the high level numbers.
Yeah, please.
So with Councillor Jans, there's other estimated settlements amounts in there for unions that haven't settled yet. So in order to answer that question, it's probably best to discuss it in private.
I just want to know the EPA one because that's the one that's settled.
If I give you the EPA one, I'm making a disclosure about everything else that is not publicly known.
If I Googled what the EPA settlement is and it was in a news story.
Yeah, but I think, Michael, whatever's speculated in the news is not that.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is what are we looking at? Because it says 43 million in settlements here, excluding the EPS. That's what but then I'm hearing it's included
maybe just
there. I'm just trying to understand this slide in front of me.
Okay, maybe just ask me a different question now and give us a few minutes to sort out whether we're gonna say something that we didn't intend to say.
As I see it, there's three threads here. One, we are in a we are in a deficit position of about 70 million, but that's about 2% of our operating budget, which when you look at gas costs, inflation costs, everything else, seems very predictable. So I'm not too worried about that. We are seeing, however, a number of instances where it's provincial downloading, or provincial get it now, Edmonton will pay you back later, wildfires, other costs, policing, things like that the province should be, that are not the municipal responsibility, should be provincial, or even in some cases federal. I understand this is slightly higher than normal, but percentage-wise, 2.5% variance on an update like this, this seems to be like Edmonton has done their job. The city of Edmonton has done their job. The city manager has done their job. This just seems to be the province that hasn't come through on some stuff, and then escalating costs of policing.
So one, we'll just maybe clarify the excludes police, but I'll just get Harm to clarify why we make that statement.
Yes, just to be clear on that slide where it says excluding the Edmonton Police Services at the top in brackets. So this shows the budgets for everything reporting to the city manager of the civic departments, and that's corporately that's where we budget for our salary settlements that are still outstanding. So when we're showing a variance from that's why we're showing it corporately still. So that's why it says excluding Edmonton Police Services, because it doesn't have all of their financial results in it.
So then, but to your other question, I appreciate the commentary on where this comes from. It doesn't resolve the fact that we as a municipality have to figure out where we find $73.8 million when we have to take it out of the reserve over time? Like, I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer the rest of that.
Just wanted to
Yeah,
understand
you got it.
causality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So he thanks for this information. Just a few questions that I don't think have been asked yet. Mr. Corbell, just want to double check on the wildfire response reimbursement. I mean, I appreciate it's in there, but how are we getting that back? Just out of curiosity, because I hadn't
Yeah.
heard anything was confirmed yet.
Yeah, I think it's a good point of clarification. So as you know, for disaster response recovery, the federal and provincial plans do talk about sort of 90% provided by the feds and 10% provided by municipality. Once we started getting into this, Stacey and I had a conversation with Alberta Emergency Management, and I also had a direct conversation with the Minister of Public Safety, who's a different person now at the federal level, when they visited, to make it clear that the 90-10 split applies when you're a municipality that is experiencing a disaster. If we're helping out, which we are, we anticipate and expect 100% recovery. Somebody's going to pay the 10%, but it's not going to be the municipality that did not have a disaster but was helping out. So AMA at the province absolutely agree with that position, and my understanding of my conversation with the minister at the federal level, he also agreed with that position. So that's what we're pursuing, and we know all the rules, and the team has done a great job in terms of cost capturing all of this from day one. Things like the fact that we allowed evacuees to go to recreation facilities for free and to the zoo and to the Mootart, we would not claim those. That is Edmonton being welcoming and friendly of folks that, and it's not a loss of revenue because they wouldn't have been here if they weren't evacuated. Exactly. So we were happy to do that. We wouldn't make an unreasonable claim for that. That was our duty to help our neighbors. So just wanted to make it clear that this is not a 90-10 situation for us. This is a 100% situation in terms of our anticipated recovery.
That's helpful. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Maybe to Ms. Padbury, I just wanted to ask, you know, as I look through this, and I'm going to, for the fun, I'm going to separate out the salary settlements. I know we can't ignore it. It's going to be part of what we ultimately deal with. But if I do pull that out, that brings us down to about 30 million, which I'm thinking over the years, it feels like we've generally been at this time. I feel like almost every mid-year cycle update, I'm used to seeing a $20 to $40 million deficit that we have often recovered from. We've got a higher than normal number because of the settlement, but I'm trying to get a sense of scale. I don't think this is abnormal with the exception of the settlement. Is that correct? Am I remembering correctly?
I actually think that, like, I'd have to go back and look, and we track this type of, actually, maybe Mr. Rye has.
Oh, well, fantastic, because I don't know. I'm just basing it off my memory, which is not always a great thing to do, so if somebody has that.
Yeah, historically, or like, usually we've been, like in 2020, for example, is a $23 million deficit. We were projecting in 2021, it was a $18 million surplus, and in 2022 it was a $24 million surplus.
Oh, so we have had surpluses at this
yeah,
time.
And I do want to point out those.
Because COVID, though.
There were some COVID years in there as well.
That's what I'm thinking about. Okay.
Historically, the gap does close a bit by the end of the year.
That's
as
usually.
we get more comfortable with our results, and we get more comfortable with projecting what the actual results will be for year end. So.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think another question I have, just Mr. Loughlin, I wanted to ask you about the capital budget piece. Again, similar, I'm just trying to make sure I don't over or underreact to any of the numbers. Usually, I sort of think as we get to the last year of the budget cycle or the first year of the current budget cycle, we either haven't started a lot of projects yet, and we have, we don't have as many at the end, and so I often don't put a ton of weight on the percentages in the charts during sort of the last year of the one cycle, the first year of the new one. But I'm also just trying to recall, is there anything looking out of the ordinary to you in terms of the performance? It feels like that's pretty standard for last year of a budget cycle and the first year of a budget cycle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And ideally, as we go into the second year of the budget cycle where more and more projects are started up, we actually usually see that green bar increase because generally speaking, I think since you've changed the modeling to the PDDM system, we've been averaging closer to about 80% of the projects on or ahead of schedule. Just the green bar alone, not even the yellow bar.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so nothing out of the ordinary right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Toki. I do have some questions. First, thanks for this update. The first question is about our city has operated with a deficit in only 3 out of the last 15 years, and 2023 will be 1. So do you have the data, and when was the last 2 times in the past 15 years?
Okay, so Councillor writes, the deficit we ran, so we've had surpluses in a lot of the years. In 2000,
I just
Yeah, he'll answer your question. He's going to tell you which years had deficits in the last 15 years and what the years those were.
Yes.
In 2018, we had a deficit of $2.3 million. And going back further, in 2011, we had a deficit of $3.6 million.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that information. And then, so what I heard here, and the city is planning to use our FSR, that is Financial Stabilization Reserve, to help offset this one-time tax support deficit. So after we did this, based on the $73.8 million offset, and we are under minimum balance for the FSR by $61.6 million. And based on the policy, and we have to develop strategy to make up the funds with the 3 years. So then what is the strategy and the city is planning to do in the next 3 years and to make up, to make sure our FSR back to above minimum level?
So that's correct, Councillor Rice. In accordance with the policy, if your FSR falls below the minimum balance, starting the next year, you have to develop a strategy over the course of 3 years to bring it back up above the minimum. You could look at various strategies. You could look at one-time funding strategies or reallocation of funds within the budget. If it's an ongoing issue, you can also look at tax levy increases if that's what you need to do. So there's various strategies you can use to bring it back above the minimum.
So then my question to what we're going to do, what is our plan? What is our plan and to offset this deficit and for the 2023?
So just another thing I want to point out is that we would wait till the end of the year to realize what the actual position is for tax-supported operations to see what we're actually dealing with and if we're below the minimum. And another exercise we're undertaking right now is we're actually looking at funds that are held within the FSR for previously approved projects. And seeing whether those funds are still needed or if they're needed over a longer course of time. So that could help bring us above the minimum balance as well. So there's a couple of things we're doing right now, and then waiting until year end until we see what the actual position is.
So another question I would like to ask, and then what I heard city administration and continue manage the spending to reduce the current projected year-end deficit position. So is there any specific plan? I didn't see that information in the update, where we're going to look at to reduce spending and to help this deficit.
So we'll continue to curb our spending and kind of watch our discretionary spending. So stuff like consulting, contracting, travel, training, hosting. We'll continue to do that as we have been for Op 12. We'll just continue some of those practices to see if we can drive down this deficit as much as possible.
Related to this, I have the question on this slide and a specific attack of our variances. And then the other cumulative variances and $15.7 million deficit. Can you describe a little bit more about the other cumulative variances?
Yep, just let me get to the slide here.
Because that is the second large number in our deficit list.
Yep. So within that bucket, you have things like there is some additional costs we have for writing off some of our personal protective equipment for COVID. So once those expire, there's some disposal costs. So that's around $3 million, and that's in that number. We got some increased contract work due to unplanned call-outs, increased vandalism and inflation pressure on contract costs. So that's another $1.2 million. We got higher costs for additional safety measures and enhanced cleaning at the transit stations and transit centers. So that's $2.2 million. Higher than expected tax appeals and losses. That's around $2.5 million. So those are some of the larger ones. And overall, there are additional savings in, so some of the discretionary spending I was referring to, there's about around $3 million corporately that's in there for reductions in consulting as well.
Okay.
I'll have
Thank
more
you.
questions. I will come back if we can.
Definitely,
Thank you.
absolutely, absolutely. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So, Andre, you mentioned that some of these pressures are beyond our control, right? So you mentioned that at the start. Can you start with salary settlement? Why salary settlements were not within the control of the municipality?
Yeah, well, I think for salary settlements with some entities, they are through arbitration.
Okay.
And so we don't get to, we get a decision that we're required to follow, and that applies to police and applies to fire.
So in this case, we don't have a choice. Like whatever's arbitration settlement is,
correct,
we have to accept it.
Yeah. All the other ones, it's really based on council's mandate and how we negotiate.
Got it. I know we can't talk about the amount of settlement, but can you tell me on the EPS how far back we had to go for the settlement? Like how long, how many years they haven't had a contract in place? It was 2019 to 2019, 2020, 21, 2014, or it was, what was?
Yeah, it goes back to 2021 to 2023.
So 2021 to 20, okay, good. On the transit fare revenues, my understanding that one of the reasons we have seen revenue decline, even though ridership is recovering, because we change the fare model, right? We have gone to ARC, now that hybrid work requirement or choices, that less people are buying monthly passes, right? They're choosing other methods of payment other than having monthly pass that need to buy.
I think there's a couple of factors here, Mayor, that's causing this. One is that while ridership has resumed, a lot of the ridership has been on the discounted fare side versus full fare, which is fine. I think another aspect has been the hybrid work arrangements in post-COVID, where because some people are not working 5 days a week in the office, they choose to get an ARC card and not pay the full monthly fare. So there's been reductions in revenue there. And I'll just see if Eddie has any more factors.
I'll toss off to Carrie. Carrie's got all the information on the fare revenue, so.
Yeah, I'll just add, we're seeing improvements in the monthly fare product volume, so it is shifting. I'm really optimistic. We're excited about this fall to see if that continues. But yes, the volume of discounted products is really high, exceeding 2019 levels, and we're not quite recovered on the monthly product side. In terms of ridership, we're not fully recovered yet on LRT or paratransit either, so that's another factor.
So some are kind of temporary causes, but some might be more structural causes that we have to figure out for the long term, right?
Exactly, and I think transitioning to ARC, this is a good time to do it because of the changes rather than have it done at a different time. So we're monitoring that closely as well, and when we eventually phase out our paper products, that'll also have an impact in terms of the ARC adoption.
Got it.
And September, October is usually our heaviest month, so our recovery is really dictated on that September, October, fall, return to school, and we'll know a lot more at the end of this month, I think.
Okay, got it. On the gas franchise fees, so is that a structural thing too, right? I know Councillor Cardinal was asking that. I couldn't really properly grasp the answer. Like we're talking about a structural kind of deficit going into the future years on the gas franchise fees.
That's correct. If we don't correct for this, the variance will just appear over and over again. So we do think that that needs to be corrected within the budget.
Okay, so not only we have to deal with the deficit, what that deficit might be at the end of the year when we see those results in next year, right? But we also need to make an adjustment in ongoing.
That's correct.
Okay. And when will we be making those decisions? The ongoing one probably during the fall budget
Yeah,
adjustments?
in the supplementary budget adjustment.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay, I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
And we will take a break at this time, and we will be back at 1:30 and we'll resume our conversation. Until then, we are on the recess. Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. We are back, and we're going to continue on item that we were discussing, our 7.1 and 7.2. I will do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
And a very good afternoon to you.
All right. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson. Okay, maybe on the way. Sorry, Councillor Principe.
Hello.
There you are. And Councillor, oh, you're here.
I'm
And who
always
are
here.
you?
Whether you
Councillor
see me or
Paquette,
not,
right?
I'm the
Oh,
John
you-
Cena of council,
You're
and I'm
Councillor
here.
Paquette, right? Okay. Councillor, Stevenson did, and she's probably on the way. I'm sorry. Councillor Tang?
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton?
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Next, we are going on second round. Can someone move second round, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tank. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson's absent. We have 12 votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Tank, go ahead, please.
Oh, great, thank you very much. Just coming back to the evacuee support, that 90-10 is a, the 10% you said is municipalities typically, right? Andre?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a 10-20 split. It's a bit, there is a provincial program and a federal program, but with regard to this, the focus is on that federal program, which is 90-10.
I see.
Yeah.
And then for the Yellowknife one, you said the cost hasn't been included, but we're anticipating the same 100% cost recovery from the federal program. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And I think the interesting thing is for the Alberta ones, it'll get resolved within Alberta because
Right.
somebody's going to pay the 10% in Alberta. With Yellowknife, the province has the exact same perspective we have on the first one, which is that it wasn't an Alberta emergency. We were helping out our neighbors, which we're happy to do. So I think in that case, the province should expect to get the 100% recovery for what they did for Yellowknife as well. Yeah.
But that would be the GN, the
That'll be at the
Northwest
federal level.
Territories.
Yeah, yeah. And all this
federal.
all this will take some time to work through. It always does. But in terms of an accounting, I feel very comfortable that
Good.
we can book 100% recovery.
Excellent. On the FSR strategy, just based on kind of past few years with winter emergency, are we expecting anything like that to come up this year that might draw that down further? Or are we confident in the, with the 1,700 shelter beds that we're covered for this winter?
I would say I won't be confident until I know all
Until it happens,
17 are
yep,
established
yep.
because we've been down this road before. I feel more confident than I ever have. And what gives me confidence is the fact that the provincial government put out a formal RFP.
Okay.
And so it really is, as long as that RFP that they've put out is successful,
Yeah.
then
But-
we should get there.
But from a FSR perspective, like typically that's kind of where we would draw.
Correct.
Right, okay. So I guess we'll wait to find out whether or not it's gonna happen. And then if, I know, I get the point that we're gonna wait to see year-end actuals, but if we are anticipating like an actual strategy, when would that come back? Like SOBA or next spring financial outlook?
So I think what we're intending to do is wait. We're almost at September 30th. We'll have a better sense of what the deficit is in the September 30th report.
Okay.
From there, we'll decide what is the appropriate path forward. And if it looks like we have to include something in the SOBA, you'll see it at the SOBA.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then a question on the brownfield reserve. I just thought it was interesting that it's always been phase 3, but now we're including 1, 2, and 4. Is this so that we want to kind of move this out quicker for the remediation?
Yeah, so essentially the reason we added phase 1, 2, and 4 to the reserve right now is because we just found there was a lot of timing differences between when the budget for the grant was approved and when the applicants were actually achieving the criteria. So it's just managing that timing difference so it doesn't affect the net results for the corporation. So we
Okay.
can just flow that budget in and out of the reserve and distribute the grants to the applicants when they've met their criteria.
Just more of a smoother.
Exactly.
Okay. A bit of a nitty-gritty one for the not-for-profit affordable housing tax grant. We allocated $6 million. It's not fully it's not expected to be fully utilized. Is there a reason why?
I would have to just follow up. I think that number is based on what we know now, and there is still the potential that there will be enough to utilize the whole amount.
Oh, okay, so by year end, we'll likely be fully subscribed, that's good. And I just have a question on the police submission, if that's all right. I thought it was interesting that our taser reserve went up because equipment arrived and enforcement were stronger, and then the Traffic Safety Act revenue actually went down on the police side. So just so I can understand, if there's a projection for year end deficit as well, and that is the plan to draw upon the reserve, because there is a little bit of surplus in there. And I understand we have the police reserve policy. Are we on track to, are you on track to replenish that?
Yes, you're correct. So the deficit that we're projecting right now, these are based on May results. The June and July are being presented to the Commission this month. And we have seen some small improvements to it, but we're still projecting a deficit. That will use up any EPS operating reserve first, and any deficit that remains in that operating reserve, we have the same credentials where we have to come up with a strategy over the next 3 years to manage that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So in terms of capital, the capital one, just want to understand the reason why we compare to the last year, and for this year and 4.8 spending, and compare to last year 5.7 spending. What's the specific reason we compare that? What does that mean or impact on the capital budget?
So, Councillor Rice, I think we're just providing it as a relative comparison to the previous budget cycle, the last 4-year capital budget cycle, just to show where we are year to date in our spend compared to that previous cycle. So it's just a frame of reference.
So just the reference, there is no specific reason, and then spending more or spending less, what does that mean? What's the impact could be?
Yeah, I mean, if we see something that's different, if we see a variation, we'll try to understand that to see why we're spending more or spending less. But right now, it shows.
And then why we spend less?
So there's probably a lot of factors. There's a lot of capital projects this cycle that have progressed, and it's still early in the cycle. So I wouldn't place too much emphasis on the difference between the numbers just yet. As we get further in the cycle, they probably have a bit more significance.
So for me to ask this question specific, I really want to know, we spend less is on the growth or on the renew? And because these two different category, and we always have debate on, and our city did not budget enough last year and for our renewal. And we did lots of emphasis on the growth. That is why I'm asking that question.
So I'd have to take it away and get the breakdown for you, but I think when we show you this budget cycle spend, and what we do is each period we look at, okay, your 4.8% spend as of June of 2023, so 6 months into a 4-year capital cycle, what did that look like the last time? I think that this difference isn't enough to cause us a concern, but we monitor that all the way through the cycle, but I would have to do a little bit more, I don't have the information to answer the renewal growth question as it relates to the 4.8 at this point in time.
Okay, so my next question is about the two recommendations and to set up the new reserve for the city. With the situation right now, we have projected a huge amount of deficit, and where are those money from to set up for the larger two reserves?
So the establishment of these two reserves has no additional budget or financial impact. It's just setting up the reserves to put them aside in separate funds. So the funds for the community safety wellbeing strategy are already approved in the budget. We're just putting those funds into a reserve so they're easier to monitor, track, and manage. And the same thing with the Brownfield redevelopment grant. That budget is already within the approved operating budget. We're just saying if those funds aren't spent in the year, we'll track those through a reserve. So there's actually no additional budget request or impact.
Okay, so that is no implication and for the approved budget.
Correct.
And so I want to go back to the deficit again. And in for the deficit right now, we would like to help offset at the year end. So what's the two solution I heard from this morning? And one option could be use our FSR, but that put our FSR, our financial user risk, because it's more than half less than the minimal balance requirement. And that is one. And another thing is keep increase property tax. Is there any specific other strategy under consideration and really offset this deficit?
Okay, so I'm going to handle those in three different pieces. So the way the policy works is it's actually automatic. When we run a deficit, it automatically draws down the financial stabilization reserve. Now, you can replenish the reserve by increasing taxes, but you can never apply those taxes to a previous year. You'd have to raise taxes and budget to replenish the FSR.
The following 3 years.
Yes. And then what other things are we looking at? This is like we're looking at a number of things, including doing a scrub on all of the things that are in the appropriated FSR. So the stuff in the FSR that is allocated, not the unallocated balance, to see whether there is anything that we can remove from that and push back to the unappropriated FSR. So that work's still in progress.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just in regards to the debt servicing and that, you know, I see by 2027 we're going to be at the limit. What interest rate is that based on, and what interest rate is that based on? And so then is there a possibility that that actually could come down and we wouldn't be pushing that debt limit?
So right now it's based on the interest rate that we have right now is 5.5% to 5.6% for 25-year borrowing, and then we put a little bit of an increase on that every year. I think it's 0.25% every 6 months is what we add to that for our forecasting amounts. So yes, if interest rates change from that might impact our forecasted debt servicing, and it might change how close you are to your debt servicing limits. But yeah, we'd have to wait for updated rates to come out. And it also may fluctuate based on the advancement of capital projects. How fast are we spending those debt financed projects? How fast are they progressing? So that could have an impact on as well. So a lot of factors that could change it. But based on our current understanding, that's where we are.
And for past like capital projects and debt that we've had to access, that debt servicing isn't calculated in until it's actually advanced, right? So even though they might have been approved at
So the debt limit is so when we show you this debt limit number, it's a combination of a couple of things. So anywhere where you've already borrowed in the past at the locked-in rate, it appears in here at the locked-in rate. Anywhere where we're forecasting forward, it's the rate at which we believe will be in effect at the forecasted date of the borrowing.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yep. Thank you. That's all I had.
Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I don't know if our chief economist is joining us online, but I'll.
So she is giving a presentation. We expect her back here at 2.
Okay, well, good. I will. Maybe I'll raise this question. Maybe some of you may have insight into that, right? So it's related to the decline in the new home construction, And one factor that's mentioned is that increased inventory of newly completed and unabsorbed homes. And can you just, why is that? Can you comment on that, or maybe just follow offline with Felicia?
So I think maybe we'll have you follow up, or we'll follow up with Felicia, and we'll get you an answer.
Okay. The other question is also, maybe this could be answered by Kim. This is like we are seeing more than expected population growth, right? And how does that impact our population growth targets in the city plan? Like we have targets for 1.2 million, 1.5 million, and 2 million, or 1.7 and 2 million. Are we kind of thinking about that, how we need to adjust our infrastructure and growth projections and all that?
Absolutely, we're thinking about that. And Felicia could speak to this as well, because we updated our forecasting, and it is demonstrating that we're growing faster than we had contemplated when the last update was done. And so that is part of the work that we're doing when it comes to growth management framework and looking at when and where we grow.
Okay, got it. Okay, my next last question is related to.
Sorry, if I could just clarify one thing, Mayor. We don't adjust the city plan every year. What's the frequency, Kim, that we would adjust the city plan based on those changes in growth?
Yeah, and the city plan isn't based on time in terms of updates that we would do. It's based on our growth, our population growth. So right now we're looking to project to that 1.25 million population.
Okay, got it. Okay. So on the planning and development reserve, is the function of planning and development within your department, other than the economic growth part, is that self-sustaining by the levies and fees that developers pay?
Yes, it is. It's the work of development services for permitting and licensing work, inspections. So anything to do with a land development application, development permit, or building permit.
So there's no tax subsidy to that part?
Correct.
Okay. So which part of your department is tax subsidy?
The work happening in planning and environment services, so the work around our policy development and climate action is tax levy funded, and then in economic investment services, much of their work is also through.
But how about the planning work related to residential growth or industrial growth, land development? Is that tax levy, or is that out of a?
That's all through the planning and development business model. So everything from the development, the land development applications related to area structure plans, neighborhood structure plans, subdivisions, servicing agreements, development permits and building permits are all funded through the application fees.
So that's cost recovery through those fees?
That's
okay.
correct.
So the 39.4 million that is in the reserve is funded through those fees?
It is, and we have that reserve to help manage our service delivery when volumes are, the market kind of has increases and decreases, so it allows us to maintain service delivery.
Okay. And that can also be used to, say, reducing red tape efforts or automation of permits and all that?
The policy related to planning and development business model, yes, does allow for process improvement. So the work we've been doing related to our technology improvements are all funded as well through those application fees in the business model.
Okay, how about, say, business-friendly Edmonton? Because developers rely on that service too, right?
That's not funded through the planning and development business model. That doesn't align with the policy work. But we do collect business license fees.
Okay, so that goes in a different funding area, or that doesn't go into the business development fee is not contributing to the reserve, right?
Correct. It's not contributing to the reserve, and I'd maybe look to finance to comment further on the business license, but I believe it goes into general revenue.
Yeah, business licenses go into corporate programs and then form part of the general tax or general revenue. And then initiatives like Business Friendly Edmonton would be funded through a branch.
Okay, got it.
A program through a branch.
Okay. I'm out of time, but I wanted to explain you why I'm asking these questions. Maybe I'll go for
Well, at the chair's discretion, take all the time you want.
No, I'm out of time.
I'm just joking. Return the chair.
But I want.
Third round?
Second.
So, third round has been moved by Mayor Sohi and seconded by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson's here. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
So the reason I'm asking these questions, I just want to be certain that we are not subsidizing the development industry with tax dollars.
That's not the case, Mr. Mayor. We collect application fees for all of those applications that are held within a planning and development business model referenced as a reserve in the presentation today.
Okay, good. All right, that's just I needed that clarity, that's all. And I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Okay. Okay. Were there any other questions? I can't see the list. Okay, I was the last one. Okay, that concludes this item. And on the voting order, we will vote on the amendment first, right?
Yeah, so technically you put the motion for 7-1 and 7-2 on the floor at the same time, so it's a little bit interesting. So if I could just suggest that you separate them for voting purposes and just deal with 7-2 in its entirety and then go back and deal with 7-1.
Okay, so we can vote on 7.2 first.
Yeah, with the amendment that's on the floor, please.
So we vote on the amendment first.
Vote on the amendment for 7-2, and if that passes, then you still need to vote on the main motion as amended.
Okay, all right, so we're going to vote on the amendment on 7.2. Please vote. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. And wait a minute. I forgot to ask people if they want to speak to this or.
I think there's questions.
Are there questions? I thought we were asking questions on everything, right? Or are there more questions to, just to speak? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Are you speaking to the amendment? Or are you speaking to the broader? So let's vote on the, let's vote on the amendment first, right? And then we'll open up speaking on the broader 7.1 to 7.1 and 2. Okay, please vote on the amendment.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we have motions on the floor 7-1 and 7-2, and I will open for council members to speak to these motions. Okay, we will start with sign up.
Yeah, we're just refreshing the screen. So just to clarify, you're voting on motion 7-1 and 7-2 as amended.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier, I was asking questions about sort of the history of why we are where we are financially, and that is a combination of multiple factors, pandemic factors, economic factors right now that have to do with inflation, and tax rate decisions from council. These are all very real factors and tend to limit available funds. And so there are going to be some tough decisions coming forward. Frankly, we can't cut our way out of these issues. That's just a fact. If we want to deliver on the things that Edmontonians are saying that they want, then there simply isn't enough in the budget to cut or to reallocate to get there. You can't mow more boulevards with less money. To a certain point, you reach a point of diminishing returns on contracting out or any other creative solutions. Sometimes we don't like to talk about these hard truths, but we have to. Inflation alone is higher than our tax rate. Our tax rate is one of the lowest tax rates of all major municipalities across Canada, and has been for the past 4 years and will be for the next 3 years. As inflation grows, as population grows, there is absolutely zero way that we can keep up financially with our current rates. That's just a harsh and stark reality we have to look at. And we'll leave other orders of government out of the conversation on this, because ours is the only one we can control. Now, it also has to be said that inflation isn't just hitting governments, isn't just hitting the city, it's hitting everyone. It's hitting businesses, it's hitting people in their homes. And so the idea of increasing taxes, if that is what happens, and based on some of these finalized labor agreements that may be in the cards, is just a prospect that no one relishes, no one wants. But to this point, we have not found a way out of it. I'm sorry, but we're just not going to be able to cut that amount to get to where we need to be. And people may say, well, what about these particular infrastructure projects? Can't you cut those? Well, no, because they're not actually having an operating impact, and they won't until they're built. So it's not even a factor. So absent of help from the provincial government for people in their homes, absent of help from the federal government for people in their homes, absent of both in recognizing the situation that municipalities are in across Canada, there are going to have to be some very frank conversations and very clear conversations that others will want to make political hay out of, which does a massive disservice to the public. There are some realities to deal with, and not everyone is going to be in agreement. We have a city of 1 million people. You ask any 20 out of a random 20, they're all going to have different ideas of what's important in a budget and what isn't. But we know that there are things that are mandatory. We know that there are things that actually help our city to be better and to be a city that people want to live in and attract to our city. And after we take care of the very, very basics, which some people say we're not even doing right now based on the budget that we have available to do that, we also have to have a conversation on what makes our city even more economically sound and a place that is attractive for investment, and a place that people actually want to live in. And what will that look like, and what will it take to do that into the future? Those are the conversations that we're going to have. And we're going to have them in good faith. We can't control if other people politicize it, but hopefully politicization free. And frankly, just very honest to the public. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, in the last 15 years, city has only had a deficit 3 times. 2008, 2011, and now 2023, with a huge amount compared to last 2 years. I think this is raised the question why. Yes, during today's discussion, we can bring in inflation, the high inflation. But I would like to talk about different things. So based on the current projected year-end deficit, if we use financial stabilization reserve, automatically based on our CFO said, That means our current FSR will fall $61.6 million below its required minimum balance. I am really, really concerned about this because that puts our city's financial health in the big risk. If the FSR falls below its minimal balance, our city policy requires administration to develop a strategy to replenish the funds with 3 years, which could impact the tax levy in the remaining 3 years of the 2023 to 2026 four-year budget, which means we may have another 4% at least tax increase per year, if my understanding is correct. And I want to go back to the inflation, high inflation again. Yes, high inflation and will be one factor for many factors to cause this deficit. And however, if we look at our Edmontonians already face this challenge, and for the cost of living, for the keep the same level quality of their life, why our council is going to add additional tax rate increase and to create even more challenge for the affordability of living. So I would not support or either use the FSR or the tax increase as a solution of the current projected deficit. I'm more looking forward to the solution and for our city, how we manage our spending, to look into a specific plan to reduce expenditures, city's expenditures, in order to reduce the current projected year-end deficit position, because this is a financial risk for our city right now. I want everybody to be aware of that. In terms of the motion on the floor, and I'm okay to receive the 7.1 as the information, and I heard our financial team say it very clear, and for 7.2, for the 2 new reserve establishment, and I'm going to support that. But I really want bring this awareness and to council, to administration, to the public, to realize our city's financial health in the risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I always feel so overwhelmed every time these budget discussions come back since the first one. I'll start with, again, I just hope that through the amendment to 7.2 and the amendment that passed, that it's clear to administration kind of the intent behind that and why that was removed. If you have any further questions for me to get that clarity, or council, please make sure we're having that dialogue, because I think it is so city shaping how we end up choosing to spend the community safety and well-being funds that I want to make sure we're on the same page. And so just wanted to highlight that. I also want to thank administration for the amazing economic outlook reports that are always accompanying these reports. They are a phenomenal wealth of information, and I think that the economist that we have, who is always here and providing such thoughtful advice, needs a big shout out from council, because I think it is just top-notch quality, and I really appreciated all the links in the report this time so that I could go and reference the source data myself. Amazing. So just want to put out kudos, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, I'd love to see that overlaid with some social context. I know we have city planners that are social planners. There's also the Social Planning Council that has a lot of great information. It would be nice to start to say, okay, how does this interplay, right, with that. So if we're seeing growth, are we seeing growth in all ages, all genders, all demographics equally, or is there also that 3% of, or 4.5% of rapid growth? Is it more young Edmontonians that are coming to our city? Is it more seniors that are coming to our city? Newcomers? So I think just some more context like that would be greatly appreciated, but I overall just have to commend the quality of that and the quality of the reports, even though it's not always the news we want to hear. The quality of information, the reason I didn't have any questions is because the quality of information that administration is providing to me has been outstanding. From somebody that's not an accountant or a numbers person, it's very clear, it's very concise, and so I do want to commend that. I want to, we raised the question, one of my colleagues raised the question of why, and it made me flash back to the first budget debate that we had in 2021, when I did not want the EPCOR dividend being returned to the tax levy. It was supposed to be like 2.4, I believe, and then we ended up having a motion to return the dividend to the tax levy, and I had specifically said, I'm really worried about FSR. I'm really worried about being exactly where we are today. And I'm not bringing that up to point any fingers to do anything, but I hope when we have future EPCOR dividends that we are first and foremost tagging them for the FSR. That is my hope, that we learn that lesson from this. We are all take deeply to heart the affordability of living challenge that Edmontonians, Canadians, people across the globe are experiencing right now. And, my commitment to Edmontonians, my commitment that I've seen from many of my colleagues across this table is to continue to turn over every stone, every couch cushion, every corner of influence that we can possibly have to make sure we are absolutely spending that money in a way that's accountable. And being said, I think that economic forecast really highlights some of those pressures that are well beyond the control of any one organization or council that are downloading onto us as an organization with the expectations still existing, if not even higher, on the expectations on services. So we are in a bit of conundrum, but it's not a conundrum that we didn't take lightly when we sat in these chairs, and I have no doubt with the colleagues that I have across this table that, and the great administration people that we have on the other side of the table, that we will find a path forward. So thank you.
Felicia just joined us. Maybe you want to repeat your earlier comments so she can directly hear that from you.
Yes, I'm sorry that you missed the comments that I made, but I was absolutely singing your praise for the amazing quality of content for your economic update reports. They're just phenomenal, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Jans.
I think Councillor Knack was first, or are you closing?
He's to close.
Yeah, just a few things. Thank you. It's not lost on me that we also have a carbon budget that we need to meet, so now's the time when we do need to look at some of these reallocations and other pieces to increase faster, frequent, more safe and welcoming transit systems and some of the other core services that people depend on. Certainly note the history lesson from Councillor Paquette. It's stark when you look at 20 years of a graph and then trying to figure out how we got to where we got, and never view one budget update in isolation, so thank you for that. It's also not lost to me that yesterday morning, I just got an email from a constituent this morning that on Monday morning a youngster was biking to the University of Alberta and was struck by a driver, was taken away by ambulance, and the constituent told me they certainly hope this young person makes it through, but also, we're very, very worried about them, so we can't not talk about the severity of that. And then I think about all the investments we made in our budget. about safe streets, about safe mobility, about active transportation, about all these other pieces. And it just reminds me that, like, when we talk about safety in our community, how, you know, we need to build a city that is safe for everyone, and we have a lot that we need to do. Just last week, a 73-year-old woman was struck by a driver in a marked crosswalk and was killed. Like, and you know, these little investments that we make in the safe streets, in bollards and everything else, like in the bump outs, in these interventions save lives, and they're critical. And so when we think about the decisions we're making, we can't cut back on that. Like, it is completely unacceptable. So I realize many are looking for ways to save dollars here or there, but I don't want to lose sight of, like, what we're talking about is saving human lives. It's also front of mind for me that we just passed the smokiest summer I've ever experienced, and it's only going to get worse. And how many times now have we, like, if you told me, hey, you're going to be city councilor, you're going to deal with streetlights, got it. You're going to deal with Epcor sewage, got it. You're going to deal with multiple crisis emergency management centers where your city manager is going to be receiving people from other provinces, other places, and I would have been shocked. I never thought that we would be receiving folks from Kelowna, from Yellowknife, from all these other pieces, but at what point are we going to have to build in a permanent emergency management center into our city? At what point does this, like, these $3 million cost overruns that we're seeing here? I mean, how long till this is going to be the norm? And when is the province going to step in and help us and I make some lasting changes? Because we can't keep doing this, like, set up takedown, like, where it's terrible, and you can forecast where we're going to be from now. Looking at the cost of inflation as well too, I mean, that's makes me mindful of why more than ever we need to be investing in renewables and doing things to curb our electricity costs and our massive bills there. I'm thinking as well about many of our vehicles. We are a very, like, the city of Edmonton buys a lot of gas for a lot of cars, trucks, snow plows, all sorts of things, and the fluctuations in the global market certainly affect our city as well too. So think about how we can stop idling, be more mindful, be more as an organization, try and round out some of our expenditures there. Also think about snow removal and those other services, and then looking out at thank goodness we have this substantial completion conversation coming and this opportunity ahead of us to connect our physical built form to the services we provide, because holy man, we are trying to spread the same amount of peanut butter on an ever-growing piece of bread. And I recently was down to 41st Avenue. It is far away. I don't think so many Edmontonians have realized how big our city is and how much grass we have to cut. Like, I just keep hearing that the walk 500 miles song. Like, if you want to walk, how long would it take you to walk every single road in our city? It's so impressive that we're able to service them, and we need to do better. So mindful of everything that my colleagues shared, but now more than ever, we need strong public services, especially for those who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jansen, for reminding me about the substantial completion. I think we're faced here, or we've inherited a financial situation, and I don't want to look to the past. It has impacted the costs that our taxpayers are having to come up with to service it. But I think I'd like to look towards the future, and I think things like substantial completion, the zoning bylaw renewal, I think that is the way that we can better position, this council and future councils and our administration, so that we don't have the same people paying more money for taxes, and I think we need to have more people paying money for taxes to sort of make that piece of the pie a little bit smaller. So thank you again to administration as well for helping guide us through this budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. This morning I was with my former colleagues from Edmonton Transit celebrating one of our colleagues who has served our city for 50 years, half a century of service to our city, and the pride that I saw in his eyes about the how he touched many, many people's lives providing that service, and his colleagues were reading notes of appreciation that he received from the public, and there were a lot of notes of appreciation, and they were only able to touch on a few of them, right? So I think the work that our employees do each and every day, and how we enable them to do that work through the taxes that Edmontonians pay and the decisions that we make, touches people's quality of life each and every day. And their life is made better each and every day, whether it's police service that is on the front lines of making our communities safe and dealing with the most vulnerable populations, whether it's firefighters who are more and more responding to those social crises, whether they're ETS bus drivers or people who run rec centers, or people come every week to collect your waste, or people who are working in the back ends in the IT and our administration who does all that analysis so we are able to make a good decision. Without them, our city will not function. I think Edmontonians understand that value. And I hear that every time I go out in the community, that people appreciate the services that we provide. Yes, we need to improve them, absolutely. And we need to continue to enhance them, absolutely. Right? I think, and that is the value of taxes, that every 8 cents of dollar per dollar that Edmontonians pay in taxes, those 8 cents are delivering quality public services to Edmontonians. No, I've been around this table for a while, and we've been through some tough fiscal times, but I think this is the toughest because of inflationary pressures, because of the population growth that requires additional services, and the external factors around wages and others. So we need to start thinking in a way that how we can do things differently, maybe, or what are the things we can pause temporarily. And I would encourage my council colleagues that administration has taken an ambitious task of OP12, and they are looking for ideas. And we have submitted some ideas. Like if you're worried about the financial health of our organization and you want to enhance services, and please send those ideas to Andre if you haven't, and if more ideas you have, send them to Andre so he can do analysis before we make decisions about those, right? So look forward to that conversation, but I think overall we need to continue to provide those quality public services, which may mean that we might have to raise taxes, right? So we don't want to, but that is sometimes the reality. Otherwise, you end up reducing services. Just imagine if you froze police budget. The implication of that would have been on community safety. Just imagine if you did not open that new fire hall in Windermere, right? Just imagine that the celebration we had, Councillor Rice and I had in Heritage Valley with firefighters. Just imagine if council did not make decision to build that fire hall. The consequence of that on services. So there's a value for taxes, and we need to make sure that we continue to communicate that value in a way. So with that, look forward to further conversations tackling these challenges. I think we are capable of tackling these challenges collectively. Yep. All right. With that, I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Nack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I feel like I should have gone first. Everyone else had such deep and thoughtful comments about our June 30th update. So I didn't actually have very much insightful. I was just going to comment on a few things I heard. So forgive the lack of exciting thoughtfulness. But I do just want to flag, because this is our June 30th update. Appreciate the caution I've heard about deficit, but we are not yet in a deficit at the end of this. The end of the year has not happened yet. So I have sat in this table before, as I know Mayor Sohi has, where we have had these June 30th updates, and administration works incredibly hard to try to find a way forward to bring that down to a minimum. In a handful of cases over the last 15 years, 2 times so far, there has been a deficit. I imagine with the settlement amount, this will probably be the 3rd year. I don't know how they'll work that much magic to address all of that, but I also just don't want us to overreact to the June 30th update at this point, at this stage yet. So, because I've seen some great things happen. I think the only other thing I was just going to flag, and this maybe does tie into a lot of the other comments that we've heard. I think the one slide that really jumped out at me was that 3rd slide about the population growth piece, and just really driving that part home, because I mean, while we are working through a city plan that is trying to bring more and more people back to the mature neighborhoods, the reality is most of those folks are still, the majority are still moving into new areas. And while we get the roads covered and we get the utilities covered and we get the fire halls covered now, that's about it. And so to the point that we heard around substantial completion, that is an important conversation, because I mean, all of those services cost money, and if there isn't the only way to pay for them is through our property taxes. It goes a little bit to Councillor Paquette's piece. I appreciate the caution I heard, but I can't see a scenario where you can cut your way to deal with the growth. We always want to look for efficiencies to find ways to do what we're currently doing better, but if we're growing out and building new communities, all of those communities are going to want the same services that everyone else has. So yeah, that's just something that really jumped out at me, because that number, while not the highest on that chart in the last 10 years, it's the 2nd highest, and I wouldn't be surprised, based off what we heard from the presentation today, that the next update will show us at the highest mark we've been in the last decade for growth. And that is a both exciting thing for our city. Lots of new people living in here, I think that's wonderful, but goodness, I am very worried about what that means for how we keep up with all of the demands that will come from that. So I'm looking forward to those thoughtful conversations, but I would echo what I've heard from some of the others too, which is that will require some tough chats about how we're going to provide services, who provides funding for what, and that creates just a set of challenges that, you know, I've through the work on Alberta municipalities, chatting with some of the other mid-sized cities that are seeing 20% growth, 25% growth. I think like Airdrie's at 25% over just a couple of years, and I mean, that's daunting for a mid-sized city, but I mean, at these numbers, we're essentially adding the city of Spruce Grove, if not more, every year right now. I mean, I grew up in Spruce Grove, which is why I pulled it out there, but I mean, think about that. If you travel just west and go to the city of Spruce Grove, we are adding that entire population into the city in 1 year. Yikes. Anyway, so it's something for us to be aware of, and I hope something we can communicate well to all Edmontonians, because they'll want to know why we're not just simply saying, oh, we'll cut this one thing, that'll solve every problem. Well, when you're adding the city of Spruce Grove into our city every year, that will require a lot of effort to find a way to do it thoughtfully. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Would now be a good time to add that other item in
Yes,
voting camera?
does we have that here somewhere, or can you give that to
I
Councillor
can.
Hamilton?
I can say it to Councillor Hamilton if that's, it's even on the screen.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, can you read that?
Thank you.
Yeah, that the following be added to the September 12th, 13th, 2023 City Council agenda. 9.6 Intergovernmental Update Verbal Report, private pursuant to sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
She wasn't a member, so I don't know what that is. That's weird. Okay, we'll mark Councillor Cartmel as absent. We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. List we done 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7, okay, 7-7, 7-8, bylaws, 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, 9-4, 9-5. Okay, and we have this in camera, then we have 4 pending motions, right? Okay, can someone move that we go in camera, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. Please vote. Was Councillor Rice and Councillor Wright seconded?
Councillor Stevenson, are you online? Councillor Stevenson's absent, and so is Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
We're back online and live.
Okay. We are back. How do- Okay, all right. I'll do the roll call just in case we are in public. Councillor Wright,
Hello.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Hello.
Councillor Tang,
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton,
Yep. Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Hello.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans just stepped out. Okay. Okay, we are on to motions pending.
Yeah, could we possibly just receive that last
Yeah,
item?
the last one for information,
Yeah.
okay? Can someone
Please.
move that we receive the last one?
So moved.
And so
Second.
Councillor Rice, you want to move that?
Oh, yeah, please.
Councillor Rice?
Yeah.
And Councillor Paquette, you want to second that?
Always.
Okay. Please vote.
Is that 9-6? We're just waiting for one more. Councillor Cartmel? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are on to motions pending. First one, 10.1, Community Safety and Wellbeing Pillars. It is by Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will restate my motion that administration provide a report on the following: an analysis of current City of Edmonton spending on community safety and well-being, on community safety and well-being strategy outcomes in each of the 7 pillars. Number 2, an analysis of programs, services, and initiatives that are currently funded by the City of Edmonton that fall outside our jurisdiction. Number 3, options and analysis for an approach to ensuring the City of Edmonton's investment in community safety and well-being keeps pace with population growth. And number 4, options and analysis for an approach to an integrated City of Edmonton funding formula for all 7 pillars.
Second.
Councillor Tang seconded it. Okay.
Thank you very much for that enthusiastic.
Can you make the introduction, please?
Seconding. This motion, I feel, really reflects the approach that we're taking to community safety and well-being. It's recognizing that this is a holistic approach, and that our investment and our attention to community safety and well-being goes well beyond, a small pocket of money in the community safety and well-being strategy. The intent is that not only to gain a clearer picture of where we currently stand with our investments and achieving this strategy, but also looking at how we evergreen that and ensure that we're continuing to keep pace with population growth and other pressures that we've spoken about today. It's really intended to reflect the incredible importance of each one of the pillars and ensuring that we're providing the resources, adequate resources to each of the 7. Happy to take any questions, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thanks for the motion. I just have a quick question. I want to double check how I read 3 is the same interpretation as how you read 3s. So recognizing we have a police funding formula that is now in place until the end of this budget cycle. That is not changing. That is firm. That's how, what I do read though is that maybe in the next budget cycle, we might have a formula that incorporates police and all of our items, which is why you've referenced all 7 pillars together. Is that correct?
That's correct. So point 3 is an approach that would look at 2 separate funding formulas potentially. So looking at one for 6 out of the 7 pillars. The 4th would be, that more integrative work. So recognizing that I think that under point 3, there may be some options that we can advance sooner than the end of this budget cycle, potentially. But to your point, number 4, that integrative piece, I think would certainly be after this budget cycle.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, and so, perfect. I guess then, just to confirm, there is an option that we could start doing some things before, and then the next cycle, would you still envision two, because you did say it, I just want to double check, would you still envision 2 separate formulas? Or, I don't want you to make a decision now, I guess, but is there anything off the table at this point? It's maybe a better question.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah, great way to phrase it. I
Okay.
think this is really about exploring. Again, we may, if we went only with number 4, we may encounter some challenges that are unforeseen or you know, make something else impossible. This is really just to keep all those options on the table, explore what we can do, and get a clear analysis on that.
Okay, makes sense to me. All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the mover. We've had lots of conversations about this one back and forth, so I have some questions for administration. The original had a 5th element around an outcomes framework for all 7 pillars. And in the end, we removed it because, you know, I understand this work is currently ongoing. However, I do feel that the current work, which is one of the attachments to the Community Safety and Wellbeing report about short, medium, long-term outcomes, is fairly internal to CSWB grants and funding. If I'm going off of the assumption of what Councillor Knack said about, you know, one day this formula will apply to the things that city funds, but also EPS and, you know, and if there's all options are on the table, other external stakeholders, do you see that framework as being, can be applied externally? Recognizing we can't force people to report on things that, you know, that's outside of their control.
I think we all would love to have the entire sector come together, and we can't compel or require participation. We can lead, and you know, we fund so many things, but there are externals that we're going to try to bring along with us. I just want to manage expectations.
And I think that's kind of why I had initially proposed is that I understand we can't compel, but we can facilitate those conversations. And you know, in thinking back to the CSWB report, Mayor Sohi had put forward that motion around getting the funders together, which I think would be a great avenue to facilitate these conversations. Is that, you know, is that implicitly inherent in this work?
Absolutely, and we will continue to invite, but again, I can't compel them to take my invitation. So just as long as everyone knows that we will do everything we can, and I think our work to date has demonstrated a deep openness and welcoming. We keep opening more doors, bringing more people in. Our most recent conversation has been with AHS. Every time we talk to one person, we realize there's 10 more to talk to. But maybe I can get Kelta or Ingrid to describe a bit of that outreach that's currently happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And we came to you just a couple weeks ago and talked about our community collaboration model. So that's the space where we'll be convening all sorts of different conversation, and certainly starting with that funders forum and that funding convening conversation that will help us identify gaps, barriers. Working on the advocacy and shared priorities conversation will also help us identify where is there appetite for shared outcomes, shared goals. So it's absolutely inherent in our plan, Councillor Tang, that we are trying to move towards a shared outcome framework.
I appreciate that. I know that I've raised this question in the past, and I think the answer I got was that this last report would answer a lot of that, and I didn't necessarily see that. And so I think the next time this report comes forward, I will be looking for that very explicitly, not only from administration, but also from our community partners. You know, I'm aware of a lot of tools out there that different service providers are using. Are you gonna be, like, is that part of the work too? Is like looking at some of those practices and where do we have existing places where different stakeholders are sharing tools for measurements and monitoring and that kind of stuff?
Yes, right now we're really working on that full review. What evaluation is already underway on the investments that we've made? And we're also working on an evaluation plan that is about the outcomes and the impact, of course, but also using those learnings, developmental evaluation, principles-based evaluation, Indigenous-based evaluation, so that we are able to pull in and glean from what's being learned and assessed in the community, not just our maybe more traditional outcome evaluation frameworks.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess just a few questions to administration. Is not some of this work captured in OP12? Like I'm looking at, what's currently funded by the city of Edmonton that falls outside of the jurisdiction.
Yeah, some of it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of it is, but I think, I mean, the work that we have done in part of OP12, we can apply towards this. So I don't think it's a problem to have in the motion because we're doing it, that part of it anyway, so.
What is this work going to cost? And where is that coming from?
I don't think we can answer that question today. I think it's mostly, it's going to be a lot of staff pressures, and I've spoken to the mover.
Like, could there be a contractor that's hired? Like, I'm thinking about, the reason I ask is because there's still funding available in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund, correct?
Yes, but the intention is to use that work for community work.
I don't think that the intention was always to use it for, it's to advance community safety and well-being in Edmonton, right, across those pillars. So if we're trying to get the scope of this work, right, in terms of, an analysis and options and potentially looking at, is this an opportunity where it might be better to have a contractor be paid out of that fund?
I don't think so, Councillor. I would say that we went down this same road when we developed the strategy in the first place, and we went back and forth, and I'm so glad that we did not do a consultant to do that, because I think we really were able to better answer Council's direction more clearly and directly, and so I would say the same for this going forward, yeah. We can't give you a number in terms of cost right now, just because we haven't prepared that kind of level of analysis before, but
yeah, well, it's hard for me to say yes then, right? Like that's the problem, I guess, to the mover. Is this something that's urgent, or since we're not really looking at, for example, a funding formula till the next budget cycle, could we not have this conversation? Could we not have this motion come forward after the fall supplemental budget adjustment?
Oh, like next year,
Like
2024?
like rather than having it due in January 2024, because I also
100%. So I do not know where the January 2024 date came from. I think is that it may have just been the standard 16 weeks was put in, which always puts in. So that was my fault for not being more specific. I think, if Q2 is doable, if Q3, if there's better alignment with budget, very open to entertaining that. This is a big piece of work.
Q2, Q3 would be much better, because I think, part of the, like right now, to do this, we'd have to be working all through Christmas.
That's pretty aggressive for what you're asking for in this motion.
And of course, we can't even really get to, some of these until we know what the budget is after the fall. So yeah, we definitely believe, Q3 would be outstanding if we're willing, and that would give us lots of time to adjust. I think we can figure out the budgeting of it. That would be much better. The timing itself would be great.
So I guess if it's friendly, but I would suggest an amendment to the due date. Oh, it's already been amended. Perfect. There we go. Okay, that makes me feel a lot more comfortable, because when I was reading all of the things that seemed very lofty for January of 2024. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify intent, so during the police funding formula, we talked about an analysis of what we spend on what we could consider community safety and well-being. Is this sort of that idea, or is this separate from that?
No, that's absolutely the point one in terms of looking at that full picture.
Yeah, and I should actually be asking the chair, sorry. And then more questions for the mover, and that would be, so just so that there's clarity for my comfort, but also maybe for administration's comfort, there's a lot of things that we can count under community safety and well-being, and that would be city facility and recreation center and transit subsidies. It could be support grants. It could be community league grants. Is all of that falling under in the mover's estimation?
Yeah, well, you know, I think, so there's two things. The first is looking specifically at each of the 7 pillars individually. So getting a sense within the strategy where we're spending, I think that will be helpful in and of itself. I think that it may be a challenging exercise for administration to delineate, but I think that it's also a necessary exercise, because if we have a strategy that is that broad and that amorphous, then I think it's going to be very challenging to deliver on. So I think that financial process also helps refine our own understanding of what we consider community safety and well-being.
Okay, so the other question, would housing be considered part of that? And housing corporations owned by the City of Edmonton?
I think that will be part of the journey that administration undertakes. If there's any thoughts.
Okay, and do you see a benefit in this in communicating with the public whenever any expenditure is raised and they say, well, what about housing? What about, this? And I mean, I know for myself, I have to go and look up all the information, and I always forget to keep it all in one place. And so is that sort of what you have in mind too, that we just have a body of work that we can say, here it all is?
I think it's very helpful from a communications perspective, and really helping to solidify, how seriously the city takes this and how extensive our work in this space is.
Okay, and last question, might be a bit tricky. Where do we see the police service fitting into community safety and well-being?
So I think this is one of the interesting opportunities that this presents. There is, one of the 7 pillars is, I just navigated away from the page, but I believe crime
prevention and crisis diversion.
Crime prevention and crisis diversion. So the police funding would be a portion of that. There still are other interventions that we have in that pillar, but I believe it would be captured under that.
Okay, I'm just imagining a really, really simple and clear graphic. I'm joking. Okay, and there was one other thing. Let me just quickly scan this. Okay, yeah, so the program service initiatives that fall outside of our jurisdiction. So helping organizations, federal, provincial governments, things like that?
Yeah, so that was a recommendation or a suggestion made by administration in terms of trying to capture some of that. I think, again, just to help contextualize and, potentially focus areas where we either need to acknowledge that we're stepping outside of our jurisdiction or consider stepping back from that.
So that gets tricky, because we did have a report that came earlier and it had to come back because it still wasn't really clear about where the even though we are actually fairly clear on the Constitution and through provincial legislation where the separations are, the report couldn't quite get a handle on where those separations of responsibilities were. So are you looking for more clarity on that as well through this?
I think so. I mean, I think there may ultimately be a continuum and a spectrum. I think there are some areas which will be very clearly delineated, other areas where, maybe it's less.
Right. So, like, for example, housing, we know that that's a provincial responsibility across Canada. But if you ask about housing, then the answer will be like, well, it's a shared responsibility by everyone.
Yep. And I think pathways in and out of poverty, again, that is part of the purpose of the exercise to get to that.
Thank you. Didn't mean to put you on the hot seat.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
So, Mr. Coble, for the first part, the spending on strategic outcomes in each of the 7 pillars, I'm a little bit concerned about to do the analysis on the outcomes. And because the strategic outcomes and from 7 pillars and then overlap with other type outcomes and then our city provided for program and services. I was wondering, and also this to the mover, this is more about the spending on the program and the services in each of 7 pillars. Is this more easier? And then, because I'm really not sure what you want to get this analysis. And then the question to ask, because this strategy we just implemented started last year, and then I do not believe we have sufficient raw data or results to really support the analysis to get to the strategic outcomes. So I'm asking if the more you think this could be make some change for that piece.
Yeah, I mean, again, happy to have administration's input, but I think that the way outcomes is used there is absolutely, synonymous with community safety and well-being programs or initiatives. So that clarifies understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I can weigh in perhaps my perspective on this is we were going to do one anyways. We've talked about it several times in the past, so I welcome this part of it because we often, when we're talking about our CSWB strategy, we often get grant focused on the money we're putting out specifically for CSWB. But as I've mentioned before, we're not really counting the money we're spending, say, on libraries or on recreation centers that are really contributing to some of the well-being outcomes. So I think it's going to be super clear in some areas. I think it's going to be a little confusing in some areas, Councillor, but I think doing the work is worthwhile. So.
Specific spending on the outcomes, and to me this is really vague. And because you cannot just measure and do the analysis spending on the outcomes, and then to me, and then this purpose for the analysis is more about the operational and is not about strategic level. So how much money we spend on this outcome, how much money we spend on that outcome, and then but how you measure that. And to me, this part 1, and could be more specific, and then instead of this vague, and because how you measure,
Sure.
And then you have to, from evaluation perspective, that means you have to measure from beginning, resources you put in and activities, inputs, outputs, then outcome. So do you know what I mean from that perspective?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think any clarity we can provide is welcome. I don't know, Mr. Corbold, if you had a...
Well, I think based on this direction, if this passes, we would focus on the short and medium outcomes that are identified
So if you think he's okay, and from process and from like resources you have and to do this work, so I'm not going to keep arguing.
Yeah, and I take your point that the pillars themselves are a little broad, but we would focus in on those short and medium term outcomes that are identified under each pillar as a start and see where that gets us.
Okay, and then for the number 3, and to me number 3 and is already part of number 4. And because for the funding formula and then the population growth is part of the factor in the funding formula. And when this analysis going for the approach to an integrated city of Edmonton funding formula, and that could be part of the funding formula process.
So currently, the funding formula applies only to the Edmonton Police Service budget, which is only one of the 7 pillars. So point 3 is to look at a formula for other elements in the 7 pillars. And then the 4th would be looking at a single funding formula for all 7 pillars.
But even for the single funding formula, you are talking about the keeps pace with the population growth. That is the one factor to define the funding formula. And so to me, this is redundant. Because you cannot define the funding formula without the population growth.
Sure. If the chair, with the chair's permission, sure. I think the intent was to ensure that our investment in these areas of community safety and well-being don't stagnate over time. And so,
Were not missed in the development of funding formula.
but the funding formula doesn't apply to these investments currently.
No, it's not applied currently because the options and analysis for the approach to ensure this investment keeps pace with the population growth. Population growth is one factor of how we define the funding
How
formula.
you factor in inflation in.
Yeah.
You want
Sure, right, so keeps pace with
population growth
Yeah.
and inflation.
Sure, yeah, that's a good
Yes.
suggestion. I think
That's
that's friendly
friendly.
to me.
That's
No,
fair.
to me, no. It's a part of the part
Okay,
4. That
maybe
means redundant. We don't need that
Then
piece.
Councillor Rice, let's stop it here. Sign up for
Yes,
second
okay,
round.
sure.
And follow the
Yeah.
conversation. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is to Councillor Stevenson, the mover. I like the intention, I like the idea, but it does look like a really big piece of work. I would suggest that pretty much everything we do at the city is for community safety and well-being strategy. So in one aspect, it's kind of nice to show everyone that, but it looks like a really big piece of work.
Yeah.
So I'm still like, and I know that some of our colleagues have suggested this as well, but can you explain to me what you think you will, what kind of information you're looking for specifically? Like, what decision will you make with this report, or what further action would you take with the report? I'm specifically talking of item 1.
Sure. So as mentioned previously, I think you're right that there would be a way to fit many of the services that we do in the city under community safety and well-being. Again, I think if we are committed to the vision that we have in the strategy, then we need to be intentional about delineating that. I don't think we are setting ourselves up for success with this strategy if it's a giant pod that everything falls into. So I think what I would get out of number 1 is to just have a baseline understanding of the investments we're making and where we're making them. For me, that's really important to have a picture of where we are now so that we understand what we need to shift in the future. So we may come back and see that we, have adequate funding in 5 out of the 7 pillars, but that maybe one of them, we really haven't. When we actually dig into our resources, we see that we aren't supporting that pillar as much as might be needed. So that would be one of the important things that I think would come out of that.
Okay, and to administration, I just want to get an idea of how much work you see this as. Do you see this as something that will really make it well known, all that the city is doing to increase community safety and well-being?
Yeah, maybe I'll start, Councillor, and then I think certainly 1 and 2 will help that a lot. As to how we fund in sort of the item 3 and 4, I don't think that'll inform the city and Edmontonians how we're doing it. It's more of a what's the best way to fund these things. In terms of the amount of work that's required, it's a bit hard to sort of assess. We just have not done the detailed assessment of the amount of work required. I think the time change gives us more time to do it. I think the real important thing that we need to understand between 3 and 4 is 3 we can do. Depending on how far we need to do 4, the question would be, are we working with EPS and Commission on that? Or do you just want us to give you what the options for an approach could be? If you decide at that point to do an approach, then we'd work, because that would be as we saw with the police funding formula, it's a significant amount of work to collaborate with the Commission and EPS as well on that. So that would be my question on 4 in terms of how much work are we really talking about?
Okay, yeah, and that was going to be my, another question of mine. An integrated City of Edmonton funding formula, that would be for all areas, including EPS?
Yes, that
It would be the same formula?
Yeah, that would be the intent, but as Mr. Corbold raised, that's a very significant proposition with a lot of considerations. So I think initially when I had stated this motion, I had spoken of, coming with recommendations, but with advice from administration, looking at options and analysis. So it wouldn't be going out and doing that work and establishing that formula, but looking at what the considerations are about whether we want to move forward with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So number one, analysis of current City of Edmonton spending on community safety well-being. We know that amount is $22.5 million.
What I would say, Mayor, is we know the amount of the grants we're putting out in some of those specific programs. We have not yet calculated in that the sort of the impact of things like recreation centers and.
I think that is going too broad. That is so broad because very, very difficult to pinpoint how much impact libraries having well-being. They do, right?
Yeah.
But if you go that broad, then I think we lose the focus on the things that we need to do, which is those 7 pillars, even though they're broad, but there are, certain areas that we focus on. I think that's the concern I have, right? If we go too broad, including libraries, including rec centers, including parks, right? Yeah. River Valley adds to well-being.
But it's not
Maintaining trails adds to well-being, right? So that's my concern. I think we need to stay more focused on the 7 pillars and the amount of money we're spending on those 7 pillars and how we build that based on population or inflation.
Well, I think we would need better clarity from council on what you want then, because that would, if because I have, what about the FCSS funding? What about, there's lots of programs that impact all the
Okay,
pillars.
maybe FCS is better because that's focused on vulnerable populations.
But
right?
what I would suggest is let us take an initial sort of scope of that, perhaps, and we could come back and inform council what our scope would be. But I think if we just limit it to the grant funding that is in the 22 million, I think we'll be missing a lot of important contributions that the city is making.
Yeah.
So maybe as a first stage, as an info, we could come back with, here's what we see in and out of scope, perhaps.
I think it needs to be manageable, low-income bus pass adds to well-being. Having access to public transit adds to well-being by building connections to the community, right? So I think Councillor Principe said that. I think a lot of stuff we do adds to well-being, right? So I'm just worried about that we're going to open up all this discussion and then probably having a funding formula that covers 75% of the city expenditures.
Well, that would be my concern about the funding formula side of this for sure. But if we've got, if you're just limiting it to those things, then we've essentially done one already because we know it's 22.5 million. So I would just need clarity of what council's direction is on that.
I'm supportive of the information coming, but I think I would be concerned if you go too broad, right? Then very difficult to attach the outcomes, that kind of outcomes that we want to see in the community safety and well-being pillars, right? So, okay. That is it. I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Wright.
I return the chair. Oh, 3:30
break. 3:31.
I just want to say park benches for people to gather is another thing that goes
Of
to their
course.
well-being. And so, yeah, you can get too broad, I think.
Yeah, 3:31. We will be back at 3:46.
Yeah, it's just the food order. I'd love to get clarification. I don't know that if I can even stop it yet, but if we could get that. Food and then transition plan.
Okay, I'll call the question.
Can we be called back to order before we call the question?
We're back. Everyone is here. Councillor Principe.
I'm here.
Okay, Councillor, I think Councillor Hamilton had to step out a bit, right? And Councillor.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Okay,
I'm here,
good.
but yeah, I'll have to step out for a phone call.
Okay, no worries.
But I'll put it in the chat. Thanks.
Okay. And Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Okay, good. Andre, you want to comment on a bit on this? Right.
I think I was just going to suggest that if the motion passes as it is, that's fine. One of the first pieces of works we would do is to confirm scope, and then we could bring that scope confirmation back to council whenever that's done. And I don't want to put a timeline on it. Just let us do it, and then we'll bring it together, and that way it gives you a chance to say yes or nay to the scope before we continue on the hard work.
Got it. Okay. All right. So, Councillor Paquette, you can speak when it comes back to us.
I'm ready to just vote.
Okay, good. All right. So, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Councillor Paquette.
Aaron.
I did vote yes.
Thank
but
you. We've
I
got your
also
vote. Thanks so
confirm-
much.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Next one is Peace Officer Traffic Enforcement Unit.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr.
Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration bring forward an unfunded service package outlining the resources needed to fund a peace officer traffic enforcement unit for consideration during the 2023 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment deliberations. Thank you. I will be very brief in my comments. Safe mobility is such an important part of livable communities, whether it's cars racing down our local roads or motorbikes revving through the night. Traffic infractions have a major impact on the quality of our life, and in the most tragic of cases, loss of life as well, including the drivers of those vehicles. Following our very sobering budget conversation earlier today, it may seem foolhardy to bring forward an unfunded service package at this time. And for those of you who feel that we should not be adding more to the very difficult balancing act we already have ahead of us, I fully respect that and, support you voting accordingly. But for those of you who are hearing from constituents about the excessive speeds in their neighborhoods, the backfire pops in the middle of the night, I do encourage you to support this motion. Again, it will not bind us to any budget decision. As we also heard today, the picture can look a bit different as we move through the year. And what this motion will do is to give us a clear picture of what an investment in traffic safety could look like. With full knowledge, we'll be able to consider not only the cost of a dedicated traffic enforcement team, but also the value it could have to our community. So thank you. I will, of course, entertain any questions, but also very happy for this to move to a quick vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Is Mr. Jones on?
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay. Just currently, we use commissionaires for the Drive Safe trucks, is that right?
The photo radar program is actually managed by my colleagues in Parks and Roads, but yes, I believe that's under a contract. I'm not sure exactly who the provider is, but they have contracted peace officers for that work.
Okay, but not our peace officers, like not
Correct.
the city. Okay. So then I guess to the mover, is this to replace those or is it in addition to?
Yeah, it would not be my intent to backfill any existing work. It would be to build on that and then have net new resources.
Okay, I mean, because I am all for safer roads. But again, like you say, the additional funding that would be required, could this come from community safety and well-being?
I tried that in December. But again, this wouldn't bind us to the decision at this point. It would just allow us to balance it with the other priorities that we'll be considering.
Okay, and would this be then to set up new locations or just to ramp up what we've already got? Because right now there's a moratorium on new locations.
I would look to Mr. Jones in terms of, I don't know if he's sort of scoped the full model of what this team would be, but perhaps he could speak to that.
Sure, thanks for the prompt. Obviously, the Edmonton Police Service is the lead enforcement agency for traffic safety in our city. And we have some teams, some of our peace officer teams, commercial vehicle unit, vehicle for hire, et cetera, that do some vehicle stops. And what we have to do is we have to build a traffic enforcement plan and share that with the Edmonton Police Service every year. Once they've approved it, then we send it to the province, the folks who manage the provincial peace officer program, so they can see that we've consulted with the local lead authority and have tailored our approach with their. So I think I would look maybe for some clarification from council about what gap we're trying to help fill with this. If it's just an overall approach to traffic safety, then we could take that under consideration. Otherwise, if there's something specific that we need to look at, then happy to do that as well.
Thank you. And this wouldn't, because of the automatic traffic enforcement guideline, this wouldn't allow us to enforce on the majority of our residential roads at 40 kilometers, correct?
Well,
without
my
province.
understanding, yeah, I think I wouldn't want to speak too much to the automated enforcement program because that one is not in community standard neighborhoods. That one is managed by Parks and Roads, and I'm not sure if anybody's on from city operations or not who could take that question. But certainly, my understanding of this motion would be for us to bring forward, the idea of FTEs for peace officers and their equipment that could do some of the mobile traffic stops, that kind of thing, not the photo radar program.
Okay. Because I finally got a response back from the Transportation Minister's office this afternoon that he will meet with all Edmonton and Calgary city councillors and city managers, if that could be arranged.
Okay, sorry, I did notice that Craig has now joined in from Parks and Roads, so I'm not sure if you have any questions specific for the photo radar program.
So yeah, Craig, so this motion isn't for the automatic traffic enforcement, right?
I did see a version of this this motion just this morning. I think I just need to get a better understanding of the overall intent of what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson can answer that.
Yeah, so again, these would be officers who are able to do pullovers. Excessive vehicle noise is a traffic issue that I'm particularly interested in, but I believe it would also include other traffic enforcement. Also recognizing that noise can be seasonal, this would provide a team that is working on traffic safety issues year-round.
Okay, my time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
So, be very quick. What is the impact for this one on the existing security guards resources we're using right now for transit safety? If we increase this means we reduce the other resources? Or this is just add additional resources?
I think Councillor Rice, we would be adding new resources. We wouldn't have the ability to start removing security guards out of the transit spaces. I don't think that would be a good.
So existing and transit safety guards and all still the same, and this is additional resources requested.
That's our understanding of the motion, but you may want.
So I just want to get clarification. That is why I ask what's impact on that.
Yes, I think that's a great point, and Mr. Jones could correct me, but I believe a challenge has been that we have had other enforcement priorities in recent years, and so, you know, the enforcement teams are focused on key priorities like transit. This is just ensuring that there's resources to cover other essential needs like traffic safety.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
I guess I want to be clear, maybe to the mover, to to administration, Mr. Jones. Like, I very much want to see action on noise enforcement. Like, this is not a what's the word? A delicate disturbance. This is like a abject disruption to many people's quality of life, and incredibly tiresome. Could the mover clarify? Like, is this? What are you trying to do?
Yes, and maybe I'm being coy, but yes, absolutely. Excessive vehicle noise is a critical component of this. I think that previously when we'd entertained something, I think the focus on excessive vehicle noise was too narrow. I think it's a key component, an absolute must for this work, but it's also considering, you know, again, we would have a full-time enforcement unit. What are they doing throughout the winter? What are the other really key traffic safety issues that need to be addressed as well?
Okay, so this would be noise, but it could also, the motorbike that's not just revving their engine but popping wheelies could deal with them.
Exactly, and also I believe, you know, it's well documented that there's strong correlation between excessive vehicle noise and speeding as well. So those two have a correlation and can be, addressing one helps address the other.
So the drag racing off the high-level bridge, all of that, all could be included.
Correct.
Okay, love it. Yes, let's do it.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette, Councillor Paquette, can you take chair?
That's true.
Absolutely, that traffic enforcement is absolutely important from community safety point of view and public safety point of view, and quality of life, and people should be abiding by the traffic rules. But that's police's responsibility, right? Traffic enforcement falls under EPS. Am I right, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, that's correct. We do some work to support them, especially in some of the shared units that I talked about already. But EPS is definitely the lead law enforcement agency for the City of Edmonton for traffic enforcement.
And during the police formula budget discussion, I heard clearly from EPS that they take traffic enforcement seriously, and they see that as a core function of EPS. It was my
I would agree, Mayor. Yeah.
Right. So now that we have given them consistent, sustainable funding, I think we should be expecting, community should be expecting that they enforce the traffic bylaws, right? And not, so that's my struggle. I think this is scope creep into police work, right? And we should not be going there. So that's my biggest flag. Yeah. Okay, thanks. No, I'm just stating that it's a scope creep in my mind. Yeah. I will take the chair back, and I'll move the second round. You're done? Okay, got it. Okay. All right, so that concludes the questions. All right, we are ready to vote. Oh, speak? Okay, speak. Oh, I'm just waiting for, here you go. Who's on the list? Oh, Councillor Nack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I normally don't like to speak to motions to add a budget item for future debate, but I did hear a couple concerns raised, and I appreciate even your points, Mayor Sohi. I guess I just want to make sure the importance of being able to have this conversation is critical, because let's be realistic. EPS is never going to enforce the noisy vehicle piece in a meaningful way, and that's no disrespect to them. It's just that's not, out of the list of things they have to do, that is never going to be at the top of the list. You know, this team, this idea of having a team, and I appreciate that the motion is made in a way that it's not exclusively the excessive vehicle noise enforcement team, although I would be perfectly happy with that, frankly. It's a little more broad, but the reason this team wasn't voted on last time was because, you know, I think there was an understanding of we've got a higher fine. Let's see how that worked. It failed miserably. It did not work. There was no change in behavior. And so, I mean, I know I'm sort of future debating the upcoming amendment, but I want to stress the importance of, in case there's any hesitation of not even getting this to council for a budget discussion, the increased fine did not work. We need a different plan. The only other plan is us having a dedicated team, and we've had success doing that. We did a heavy vehicle enforcement team. I keep referencing that one 10 years ago to deal with a very unique situation that actually worked, and in fact that team paid for itself based on the fines, as I have stressed in the past. I know this one might cost money, but I will be shocked if that team doesn't pay for itself at the appropriate time. So I would just truly ask on behalf of the constituents that have been dealing with this now for decades that we at least have a conversation about this at council. Thank you.
Councilor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks. I'll also be very brief and encourage colleagues to support this so that we can have that fulsome conversation around the council table. And similar to Councillor Knack, you know, we need to be looking at all of the tools that are in our toolbox and exploring creative ones as well. So yeah, very much look forward to this conversation, as it is still a regular occurrence in my inbox and in conversations with constituents that noisy vehicles remain a real nuisance and yeah, a real issue as it pertains to quality of life. So that's all I'll share now, but look forward to a more fulsome conversation later on.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. The noisy vehicles aren't so much a concern in my ward, but the speeding vehicles are. Over this past summer, there's been at least 4 senseless deaths as a result of speeding. And to weigh this against the cost of a dedicated traffic enforcement unit, I think is something that we need to be able to see. So I will support this. I don't, like I said, it's not the noise, it's the speeding vehicle, so I'd like to see, you know, what the expected outcomes would be from this as well when it comes forward at budget. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the discussion today. Really hear the points. I think that this is a critical path, not only for making our city safer, but also reducing the burden on EPS so that they can focus on the issues that they are uniquely placed to do, that our bylaw officers can't support with, our peace officers can't support with. So, you know, as mentioned, this is not a commitment to any budget decisions at this point, but allows us to have that fulsome conversation. So encourage you all to support this, and again, appreciate the discussion.
Okay, please vote.
Let's just wait and see, and I'll confirm if Councillor Hamilton's not here. Yep, just confirming Councillor Hamilton. I think, okay, we've got all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next is multi-unit building design. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. By way of introduction, I'll wait for the... Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this motion, I'd like to read in the wording. I made a slight change that I had sent to the clerk previously. So that administration provide a report on the feasibility and required budget for developing an alternative solution for multi-unit residential funding design or building designs in the point access block configuration, conforming to the municipal zoning requirements for a typical city lot that could be made freely available, like open source, to help reduce the overall cost of housing development. A point access block is defined as a multi-unit residential building of 3 to 6 stories, having a maximum of 4 dwelling units per story, served by a single exit staircase. And in case you haven't had a chance today, I'll draw your attention to your email where there's an email from Conrad. Thank you, Councillor Neck. Conrad Speckert, a Toronto architect, who mentioned that there's funding available from the CMHC that's potentially going to be funding this work. So the hope would be that it's revenue neutral, and you'll be hearing hopefully more about that. So the first step is to just get a report from administration on how this would work and how this could come together. So it's the motivation here is very much to build on the work that we're trying to do to increase the supply and affordability of housing. That if we as a city are able to create some pre-approved templates, you may remember in the past, like the Vancouver Special, that could be rapidly and quickly built by communities. They would be plug and play ready with pre-approved designs and drawings that are available, so builders can know what's quickly and easily able to be scaled. We've seen in my ward, there's a really cool co-housing project, but it took them forever to get off the ground, and part of that was to do with the building and what they could do on the site and how and making it work. Like, we're talking years and years of carrying that money and that cost and that lot. So this is really about getting ready to go faster, sooner, and we've got nonprofits who are interested, industry's interested. Like I said, there's CMHC funding and there's partners available. They're looking at this as well in other jurisdictions. They're moving on this in Toronto, where Toronto's doing something similar. And this will build on all of the other initiatives that we're doing. It's also good for community because there's a bit of predictability that that can be provided, especially to partners. So you have this lot, you can move in this direction. And it's a little bit wonky, but point access blocks themselves are being reviewed right now in the federal building code, and they're being reviewed for a code change there. In the meantime, where they are working is when you have municipalities developing an alternative solution. So there are a couple examples in Edmonton, there's a couple examples in other jurisdictions, but not to this kind of scale that we're talking about. Not in North America as much as there is in Europe. So it's a little bit wonky, but when I talked to administration about how to move forward on this was the path they recommended. So step one, get a report back. We can go from there and hopefully get other people, including the federal government, to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal.
Yep, thank you. Very quick question. It's my understanding that the building code, as it stands today, requires buildings 3 stories and more to have 2 staircases as exits. Do we have the legal right to override the building code with our own, with effectively a standing variance?
Councillor Cartmel, we can provide a variance that meets or exceeds the safety standard of the code. So what the solutions might look like to still deliver on the outcome of what the code standards are now, we'll have to explore that through this work.
Okay.
Councillor Rice.
I'm still reading this wording here. Just a few questions. The first question is about for this type of development, is our city's own development or is it developers' development?
I think the intent here, Councillor Rice, is to do a design solution that other developers, like a developer,
could use it.
Yes.
And then that means we need the internal additional budget to do this design. And
so the way that the motion is worded is that we'd come back with a report to identify the approach and feasibility of doing something like this. So it's my understanding that community services will lead this work, and there's it's a part of what the team can accommodate now. Is that fair to say? Yeah.
So if it's a community services work, that I'm confusing here because this is cyclic design. It's just a basic community development design, right? This is cyclic design.
Our interpretation of the motion is coming back with a report, so we won't be coming back with design solutions yet. It's the report and to identify the approach and feasibility and what the scope and scale of the design solutions might be.
Is not part of the rezoning?
It is not.
So this is separate from like rezoning, zoning process, like zoning bylaw.
Yes.
And then, so the report will come back to talk about some like the advantage or disadvantage, or our city's environment could allow this type of design to happen, everything like that.
That's correct.
So it's just the information and also the budget, resources needed to make this change.
That's correct. And Councillor Jans has indicated maybe there's opportunity to look at other partnerships to help support the work if there is a budget that's needed when we look to the design solutions.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, this definitely feels a little wonky and a bit niche, and not super familiar with this conversation that's going on nationally either. So, I guess to the mover, can you kind of describe some of the existing examples? Just like what is it? Is this like kind of courtyard style with multiple units, but single entry?
Yeah, so I'd say conceptually, one thing that different cities have done to speed up housing is to make kind of templates available. Imagine you all have a box of Lego blocks, but the city says, here's the instructions. If you have a 50-foot lot, you can build this wherever. It's ready to go. It's basically easy to permit. It gets fast-tracked. So I think in LA and some other cities, there's like a catalog of available plans. It makes it plug and play and easier for builders, for nonprofits, for others. Why I want the point access block piece in there is because right now, almost like you look at any apartment building in Edmonton and it's built kind of like a hotel. They call it a double loaded corridor. You have to have staircases at the ends. You can't have the single access. But if you go to Europe, you see the wider staircases, different options that you can have more units available. You can have cross ventilation. You can have it's just a better quality of building, more resilient, et cetera, et cetera. So across North America, there's these architects saying, hey, why can we have these amazing buildings in Europe, but not here? And it's really just been since, the late 1800s that this was stopped. And there's changes now in fire code and building material and everything else that's saying, hey, we should take a look at this. And so the National Building Code is looking at this. It's just years away.
Yeah.
The way to move on it now is through municipalities.
And I mean, we have some pretty big land use policy stuff coming up. And do you see like they build off of each other, or?
Absolutely. There will be lots that we rezone that are still financially unfeasible to develop on.
Sure,
What
okay.
this does is it puts 10 to 30% more floor plate into play, that you can have more units, more apartments,
Okay.
cross ventilation, more sustainability.
So this is something that you heard from the industry?
Industry, community groups, others, and there's, I believe, some emails in the councilor's inbox to support this.
I assume a lot of that was through your own engagement. I'm curious, from administration, are these kind of consistent with what you're hearing?
So just to be clear, this is related to the building code and getting a building permit for this type of built form. We've always been open from an applicant perspective to work with design professionals on alternative solutions. We haven't received anything on this type of design solution yet, but I think that what we're hearing from industry is that going through that alternative solution process can be time-consuming and complex.
So go ahead.
And we would see this as a really good opportunity for us to further consult with industry, stakeholders, and others with the administration to flesh out the details, the opportunities and barriers to determine how, if we could develop a tool like this and what that looks like.
Yeah. And then as part of this, like, it's not, for example, I'll be curious about what kind of success LA has seen, and have they drastically increased their housing supply? Have they managed to maintain housing affordable through, what I mean? And I know it's not explicit on some of that information, but do you think that will be part of the work regardless?
Yeah, we'd be looking to best practices. I know Vancouver back in 2021 started something here, so we would be looking around to see, we're interested in successful opportunities and would want to leverage best practices that are out there.
Yeah, and just so I'm clear on the cost neutral piece, so this will be, if we were to go, so the report come back, this is the steps we need to kind of go through, and these are the engagement we need to have. And this will be the cost on the city to provide some of those design specs, for example. And then to the mover, I'm hearing from you that there are external programs that could provide the funding to do that design spec work.
So I think step one, we get a report from admin coming back saying, here's what it would cost us to do it. CMHC is looking for programs like this that rapidly advance housing.
And then we'll apply
This would do it.
to,
Then from there, we'll figure it out.
okay, great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Speak. Councillor Pinspe.
Hi, so my question is this really something the city should be responsible for, or is it the building industry? Should they not be the ones maybe responsible? Sorry, I guess this is to the mover. Should they not maybe be the ones responsible for the design?
So if we can be in a situation where everyone is having, and it's not like the industry will build what the industry sort of wants, but when you're looking at, say for example, you look at co-housing projects, co-ops, not-for-profit housing, other existing housing forms or organizers, it is easy to, if we're able to provide sort of pre-specs that are ready to go, it makes it cheaper, it makes it faster. It helps remove some of the risk, and it leads to a better quality of product. We know heat waves are going to be becoming more frequent and hotter, and having cross ventilation saves money, saves energy. Like imagine if so many more of our residents who are living in apartments could have this. So this is what I would say is like, this is one of those incentives we talk about as a city. If you want to build here, here's a way that you can do it that'll be ready to go faster. That leads to a better typology and product that's lower carbon footprint, et cetera, et cetera. It's a small investment on the front end that I think can have a massive long-term livability improvement for the city.
Okay, and to administration, I thought I heard you mentioning that this work would also encompass, the permitting and such. Is that correct? It's not just the design?
Councillor Principe, at this point, the motion would be just looking at the approach and feasibility and scale of that. As it relates to permitting, development and building permits would still be required. If we did have sort of an off-the-shelf design, the intent here, I think, is that it would just be easier, because working through an alternative solution to what's required in the building code can be difficult. So permits would still be required, to be clear.
Right, yes, yeah, sorry, I did assume that. I just thought like within the work, it would be about maybe creating like a permit design itself. What about, so, and you were saying that this is work that can just be done fairly easily. It's not very time consuming or costly?
This will take some time and some effort from resources. We will prioritize it, and I think the timeline that we've been given, we can accommodate that.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I guess just wondering, I know the mover suggested that, or stated that administration recommended this come forward as a motion, just looking for a little bit of detail as to why, I guess this couldn't just be happening.
Perhaps I can speak to that. Stacey Gallatley, branch manager for social development. So certainly we see this, we're supportive of this motion, and I think it's in the spirit and intent of what we're seeing, as Councillor Jantz noted, from the National Housing Accord. There is a lot happening in the housing space, as we all well know, and so a motion like this would be necessary to help us prioritize this work over some of the other items that are currently in our work plan, and it could also be helpful for us engaging with the industry and approaching other partners such as CMHC that may be able to support funding of this down the line. So while not absolutely necessary, certainly it would help in that prioritization of work over the short term.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I was just curious. It seems like something we should be investigating and looking at anyway. So thanks for bringing it forward to the mover. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Can you take a chair? Ask a quick question to Mr.
I have the chair.
So, Andre, like we have been leaders in Canada when it comes to removing red tape and contributing to building more affordable housing and building them quicker and at less cost. Reducing red tape saves money, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. And would this kind of initiative, maybe this is to Kim, even though it requires, intergovernmental and all those changes and code changes and all that, right? But as all of us, as a society, as we grapple with the affordability crisis in housing, particularly for low-income families, right, and middle-income families, does these kind of initiative help further advance? Do they help with affordability?
I think in some ways they may, because the building regulations right now require two means of egress in terms of what the building code requires. So to be able to go through an alternative solution to design a building that would be different, but still achieve the same safety outcome can be challenging. And I think what we've read in some of the practices that have delivered on this is that there are other design outcomes that are helpful for supporting families, larger units or different types of configuration of units, because you have more space to work in, more floor area.
Yeah.
So there can be elements of this that have other supporting outcomes for families, for affordability, for different housing types.
Yeah, because we heard from some stakeholders as well, nobody wants to compromise safety, and we should never compromise safety. But at the same time, if we can build more within the same space, right? And that's what we heard, that if we can open up, that can become more creative, innovative that way. That's what we heard. Maybe this will contribute to that.
Yeah, the other thing I would say, Mayor, is that a lot of different design options. There's thousands of them out there, millions probably, but not very many that come forth with CMHC funding. So I think, that is unique to this. Whether we can get it or not, we'll see, but.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right.
Sorry, I do have a question.
Okay, I will take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
I return the chair.
Yeah, I didn't have a question, but now I do have a question based on the response. Like, just to be clear, it wouldn't be in Stacy's work plan, it would be in Planning and Development's work plan.
This report.
It's highly technical in nature, and to me falls more within urban planning and with a planning team. I was at the technical brief that Michael Jans had. I'm not understanding why Stacy's team would be involved. I just want to make sure it's clear so that we all have the same understanding.
So, Community Services, Stacy's team would lead the work around this report. Development Services, as the approver, or as the regulator, would be working very closely in lockstep in terms of ensuring that it meets the building code.
But why? But I guess why? What role? Why is Stacy's team the lead on this? What is the because to me, the way that I'm understanding this motion is it's basically make a floor template based on, what would be permittable within a certain square foot ratio that could be used for market housing, not just non-market housing, and make it open, make it openly available. And that at this point that there's a report coming back on the feasibility of that. But I know that the reason I'm pushing this is because I think their team is very tapped out. And we've got a lot of other things that they're working on. And I'm not saying your team doesn't have a lot they're working on, but to me, this is very much more technical in the built form and land use than it is social.
Okay. I would just offer Councillor that the motion doesn't direct who's doing administration. It's administration. I'll sort that out as city manager, and we'll figure out the right approach.
I just think that the team that works on it is going to determine what kind of material we get back, right? Or even the understanding of what the intent of the motion is.
But-
So that's why it flagged for me.
But I will want an integrated approach to this, so we answer the right question, so I'll sort that out.
Yeah, I mean, even at the technical brief, for example, the fire chief was there,
Yep.
right? We were talking about
We'll
building
need lots of
codes.
people involved.
Yeah, absolutely. But I felt like before I could speak to this motion or, you know, vote on this motion, I needed to be clear, because there's been a few times today where I'm like, I'm not sure that we all have the same understanding of what even just along this side, let alone the other. So that's where I'm coming from. I just want to make sure that the understanding with administration, so for you, Andre, is that this motion is asking for something very technical based on land use maximization.
Yeah, absolutely, it's clear to me.
Okay.
What we often do is when we get these motions that we haven't had weeks and weeks or any analysis of, we regroup after the motion passes and we work out a work plan, and that's what my office does in conjunction with the DCMs. We'll sort out the right
Okay.
people in the right place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette is to speak. This concludes the questions. Now I'll open up for speaking. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe Councillor Jans could do the work. No, I support this motion for the very really simple reason that if we're serious about housing supply, about affordability, and looking for ways where we can cut red tape and encourage development, then we have to look at some interesting and creative ideas, which is frankly what this is. So, I mean, this is just taking a look. See a report on feasibility and potential budget in doing this work. So I'm not going to say no to that. Obviously, I want to know, is it feasible? Then what's the budget? And from there, we can make a decision. But if it's one of those little things that we can do out of a host of other things that it's actually going to benefit housing supply, I'm all for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I would just like to speak in support of this motion as well. I know that it does seem very niche, but I think, you know, kudos to the mover. I think this is very innovative in terms, especially of the open source piece. I think we need more of that. And I think that's the difference between why public versus private, because private would never make their intellectual property open source. Like that's, I mean, I shouldn't say never, but it's a less probability. You know, I was at that technical brief, as I mentioned, that had Conrad Speckert and Michael Elias, and you know, they talk about the urban heat island effect, and it's these kind of builds that are going to allow us to get the density we want while also maintaining a higher level of green space. More to Councillor Jans's point around the airflow and just better use of land, it actually, like if you see some of the visuals of what can be created or what has been created in other North American cities, it's pretty innovative in terms of like a central courtyard and those kind of things. So I think, you know, we talk about housing affordability, check on this. And I know it's just a report that's talking about feasibility, but I do want to, you know, share my resounding support of it. Talk about climate crisis, check. We talk about best and most use of land, check. Like this checks so many boxes. And I get that the building code, what I found was astounding too, is in that report they talk about Canada's building code is actually like one of the most restrictive next to Uganda. And we are literally that restrictive. So it's good that there's building code changes, but what you learn from that is that, like many things, when things are so needing to be updated for the times, there's usually things that work around. So a lot of the reason for that, the elevators, for example, and that did you call it, Michael? The corridor build was for fire evacuation. But now we have different ways that we can do that. You know, it will take some innovation. It will take some stretching of our imagination and our paradigms. But I think, again, this is an example where Edmonton in Canada could be cutting edge and be continued leaders in housing affordability and the climate action. So thank you, Councillor Jans, for pushing this forward and bringing it forward. And I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
So, thanks for the motion and put on the floor. And then I do understand from different perspective and also from research, from some articles or from something already happening in Europe, and there are some benefits for this type of design and for the building. I would like to say one additional point on the top of those benefits for pre-approved designs that could make the buildings look like cookie cutter, and if I use that word right, which make us, the residents in the area, and to be not happy. So if the building design does end up allowing for more units on the small lot, and if we push like too hard on this small lot and build more units, I'm a little bit concerned about in the future, this could be become the standard concerns for the traffic and the parking, that every rezoning application come back to the council and tends to have like from residents. That's a concern I have. But I'm going right now to support this motion because I do think to have the more information on the feasibility and also the budget, requested budget for city to have that information to decide if we move forward or not move forward. And I would like to see that information. But also I do think for us to move to the final stage, we need to consider current impact for the development and also consider the future rezoning process and we're facing as well. So thank you. That's my points there.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans, to close. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, single-use item bylaw bag fees. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I move that administration provide a report outlining options and implications of not increasing the paper and reusable shopping bag fees as outlined in section 6.2C of Charter Bylaw 20117, single-use item reduction bylaw.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Prince-Pay. Can you make the introduction, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so I do know that this was discussed at Utility Committee and was accepted for information, but I do think that one of the things that I need to be able to go back to my constituents specifically, and that I've been getting a lot of questions on, is the fees that are being charged on the single-use shopping bags, both the paper bags through fast food locations and whatnot. And I understand that, you know, at the end of the day, we're not talking a huge fee, but sometimes it's the little things that people remember. And I think about some of the pressures that people are facing, and it just kind of feels like a bit of salt for some of the residents that I represent on their wounds of already feeling the pinch. And so I just really want this report to outline, you know, what kind of diversion rate, what kind of behavioral change have we seen since implementing this fee? And what is the delta between a 15-cent charge and a 25-cent charge that we expect to see in behavioral change? Because even if we do increase that fee, I want to be able to go back and say the why behind it, right? So that's the intent of this, is really to pull out that piece of that could be expanded further that came to Utility Committee and get real clear about how this helps with our waste reduction strategies, what outcomes we've seen so far from the fee implementation and what we expect to see by increasing it in July of 2024. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Paquette? Just to speak? Anyone else? Can you take, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I appreciate the mover, what the mover is saying. I'm just wondering, in terms of the timing, again, this is a very fresh program. We're just sort of, I think we're still very much in an adjustment period. So just recognizing that these changes aren't coming into play for another 9 months. I can't do my math fast enough. Just wondering if there's value in just sort of, again, seeing how the program rolls out and adjusts in time.
Yeah, I think that's a question to me, the mover. So I think, we have to be responsive governments, or I feel like I have to do responsive governance, and I'm hearing a lot from my constituents about how frustrated they are with this fee, and I don't have the language to say what research went into why we have that fee, and then also, so they're already mad about 15 cents. When McDonald's changes the sign and now it's 25 cents, my inbox is going to blow up again. And if that happens, I want to be able to at least have the rationale to say, hey, we know it's frustrating, but did you know that the 25 cents, anticipates decreasing waste diversion or increases behavioral change, blah, blah, blah. That's the kind of stuff I need. Or if there's really no research and these are arbitrary numbers, is it a time and a space where we want to do that increase?
So maybe just briefly to administration, I guess that's maybe a first question is, will we have a check-in in terms of seeing some of the results, diversion, or just like waste avoidance results prior to July 1st next year?
So maybe I can speak to that. So because this is a charter bylaw, there's a long process to make change to it, meaning that we'd have to start at least through the process of public consultation in April of next year, and then hopefully give enough time for the businesses to adapt. So with that in mind, we'd recommend coming to council at least by January, and hopefully not before, which might be able to give us some data that we can work with, but it might be more qualitative than quantitative because our characterization studies likely won't be done by then.
Okay, so we would be making that decision in advance of having the waste characterization studies. So it would be hard to again quantify the impact. Okay. Oh, sorry. Maybe if you wanted to add it, please go ahead.
Sorry, no, just saying that's correct.
Okay, great. And I think another question, again, just to confirm that these are fully avoidable costs. These are optional costs that people can avoid by choosing to not purchase those items. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the intent was to enable people, if they felt a need to have the items, to still be able to pay for them. Yet, because they are avoidable, they can totally reduce that cost by not accepting those items.
Great. And also, I think a misconception that I've heard is that this is a money grab, but just to clarify, the city does not see a penny of that stays with the businesses?
That's correct. We have no authority to receive that money, and so it does stay with the businesses.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks so much. I guess just to maybe follow up on that, when I hear questions around, I guess the effectiveness of this particular strategy for behavior change and diversion, my understanding is that there already is a fairly substantial body of evidence and research available, and that's sort of what our approach was based on at the outset. I guess just looking for some commentary from administration on that piece around sort of the incremental marginal cost increases that, as were pointed out, are avoidable, but that do spur behavior change. And maybe like, is there more information you could share with council today just around that that research and around what is already known related to behavior change in this model that we're using?
So we don't have specifics on the research available here today, but what we can say is the research is very clear that if you do provide a financial disincentive, people will be more likely to change their behavior. Specific to the amounts, we tried to get municipal alignment. So we know right now that Vancouver is using the 25-cent and $2 fee. Calgary, beginning in January, was going to do a stepped approach, just like Edmonton, over 2 years. Banff in January is going to start with the 25-cent and $2 fee as well. So we know there's municipal alignment within our region. And in addition, we also know that we hope to increase our diversion rates year to year in the first 2 years from 10% to 20%. And this disincentive increase of this avoidable fee is something that our research has shown should assist us in that journey.
Okay. So when I look at the wording of the motion, I guess could you, like, the implications of not increasing the fee, are you even going to be able to provide like a quantifiable answer to that question? That's just what I'm struggling to understand. It's like, we know that there are marginal increases or decreases either way, depending on whether or not we increase or decrease that disincentive. We know that, but will you be able to say with certainty whether or not, X cents versus the other is going to? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying, and I also believe it would be difficult at this time with the timelines that are required in order to make the change in advance of July of next year to provide much quantitative. It'd be qualitative based on surveys and other data we could potentially put together.
Okay, well, that's helpful. I appreciate the answers to that question. That's all from me.
Thank you. Councillor Tank.
Thanks for asking some of the ones that were on my mind too. And then I guess just Mr. Juvenville, you say you don't have the research today, but you do have research and want to clarify, these 15 cents, 20 cents, 25 cents, are they arbitrary numbers?
Yeah, so the research that exists relates to the impact of having a monetary disincentive and the effectiveness of that. The value that we put is mainly for regional alignment with the 25 cents and $2 that we see in other municipalities, and that others are also finding to be reasonable. Anywhere within that range seems to be what people are looking at. And so in order for us to see an increase in uptake and change of behavior, we felt that doing a stepped approach to enable our community to go on the journey with us was something that was reasonable.
Yeah.
Now we can do some more research as well from other municipalities who've now had it in place a little longer than we will have had, and bring that back to you if we do this, if this motion is passed.
Right, and so it sounds like it's not just something kind of pulled out of thin air. It's based really on jurisdictional alignment and scanning of like best practices and stuff. And you have mentioned that we won't have the ability to collect it. Can you just elaborate on why? I mean, we collect other fees.
Yeah, so I would have to ask our lawyers to speak to that. I'm not sure if we have any online today.
I may be able to get Nancy Jacobson, who is listening, but not sure if she's clicked in.
Okay, thank you. Because we were advised with clarity that under our current authorities, we cannot collect that money from businesses.
I see, okay.
I would also say, Councillor, the businesses are buying those things to be used, so.
I mean, they were buying it before this policy went into place.
Yeah, but I think those fees are now being paid for by the customers using it. So I think I don't think we could take money that is being used to pay for the products people are getting.
Okay. Sorry, just back to the research piece. Again, if you can't provide it today, I mean, I'm thinking like I would appreciate maybe even a memo or something, just to cite some of the, the peer-reviewed research that your team has looked at that inform this decision around financial incentive. And the incentive isn't just to switch material, right? Like plastic bag to a reusable bag. It's to reduce overall.
Yeah, correct. It is to reduce, but it's also to help offset some of the costs to the small businesses and their offerings and going to more sustainable products. So the research, and actually, if we go back to the initial work that we did and that we presented before council when having this bylaw approved, the research not only showed that the providing disincentives is effective, but it also helps offset some of the costs of smaller businesses and enables them to get to more sustainable products.
And just if you could just jog our memory, and that was a utility committee report previously, correct?
And then it went before public hearing in full council before approval.
Can you just remind us the date of that report? For our own reference back.
Yes, I'm pulling it up right now.
This will be this way before.
So it was on, can someone on my team help me here? I'm just looking for my document.
We can just
Yeah,
pull
you
it,
can
we
just
can pull
send
it
it to
up because
us.
it was actually before the public hearing twice, so we can pull those dates for you, Dennis.
Okay, thank you
Thanks
very
for that.
much. That's it.
Councillor Tang, on the question about the fee, we have no mechanism in the MGA to force that, so I think we need to look at alternatives.
Got it, okay. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, you haven't had a round yet, right, other than introduction, so go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I just have a question. So I mean, there is a jurisdictional scan was attachment 1 of the utility committee report, right? But I think it's a little bit tricky because it talks about shopping bags. And like, for example, I know Spruce Grove, because I was with Spruce Grove at the time that this came into play. It says 15 cents for paper bags, $1 for reusable bags. That was only for grocery stores. So we're comparing across jurisdictions. I guess like to Dennis, like, is this apples for apples? Is this jurisdictional scan apples to apples?
Yeah, so every jurisdiction has some nuances and differences between their programs. So no, it would not be apples to apples. Yet what we're finding is the more recent policies that are being brought out are in alignment that shopping bags, and if you read the Calgary one that was passed, it's very specific based on our experience here in Edmonton, that takeout bags are also included within the definition.
Yeah, but Calgary's also not doing reusable cups for dine-in. They're also not banning polystyrene, right? Like, so we are actually being quite aggressive, would you say, with our bylaw, whether we go from 15 to 25 cents in the jurisdictional scan.
Correct. I would agree. Our bylaw does enable the city to achieve targets at waste reduction. And what we hoped, and as we described, is seen to be reasonable, yet is still a little bit difficult because it helps us change behavior, which isn't always easy. But you are correct. Every municipality has some differences and nuances with respect to their programs.
Yeah, and I think, you know, what else stood out for me in that utility committee report was there has been a lot of negative feedback specifically about the bag fine fee, not necessarily in grocery stores, because I think people are pretty accustomed to that, but with other places, other food service places, correct? Has that been the experience of administration? Is it similar to what my inbox says, I guess is the question I'm asking.
So if you take a look at the presentation we provided at utility committee, it does provide the number of concerns and the information that we've received from the public, and it has the values to that as well. So we can provide, we can go back to that if you wish. Top of mind right now, I don't have the exact numbers.
Yeah, no, I think the
drive-through bags are the big one that we've heard a lot about, for sure.
So yeah, I'll leave it at that. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
So the single-use item reduction bylaw already passed, and then right now is under implementation. So the question to mover, why this motion brought up not increase this list? So can you explain a little bit more? I'm a little bit confusing. What's the purpose for the motion?
Yeah, so the bylaw states that it's going to increase again on July 1st, 2024, from 15 cents to 25 cents.
Yeah.
And I received a lot of feedback personally, and I've heard from other council colleagues that they've received a lot of concern. And I get the foundation and the understanding of applying a fee does create behavioral change. So I'm not disputing whether we go to zero, but is the pain worth the increase is what I'm trying to assess. Is the delta of behavioral change we will see between 15 cents and 25 cents really worth it, worth the headache for Edmontonians and being responsive in our governance?
Just only for that one increase?
Well, there's another one I don't know off the top of my head for shopping bags, but yes, that's the one I wanted to specifically hone in on.
So then, next question related to the process. If this report come back as a result, does that mean we have to change the bylaw?
Yep, there's an entire process, as Dennis was indicating, this is a charter bylaw, and so there's additional provisions. So I think first step would be to get this report back, and that report would highlight all of the necessary charter bylaw requirements for advertising.
So the report come back, if the report passed, then the results, the change bylaw, or just report come back?
Just to be really, really clear, this is a report for information. Nothing is actually happening. You can't by motion ever change a bylaw. Step one is to get the information. And then it's up to council what they want to do with that.
Next step is to change the bylaw. Okay.
And this will come back to Community and Public Services, and they do not have the authority to change a bylaw, just to be absolutely clear.
So that means at committee level, the only recommendation to the council?
100%.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions. Now to speak, Councillor Paquette to speak.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before I do, an interesting point is raised whether or not this should be going to CPSC or to Utility Committee.
You want to know which committee? It says Community Services and Public Service.
That's a decision for you to make. So the last time that this came through, it went through Utility Committee. So that's up to this committee to decide where you want to send it.
What is the appropriate committee? I don't know. So if Utility Committee is appropriate, then go to the Utility Committee. So.
Utility Committee.
Yeah.
The last report was at Utility Committee.
Oh, go to Utility.
Sorry, I didn't see that had been put up. So we'll just change that.
Yeah.
Then can I also recommend then that it comes to council? Can it come to directly to council?
Directly to council, 100%.
That would be my
I think
preference.
that is probably be a big departure from our normal practice. Reports go to committee, don't they? Like how rarely, or like how often do we get reports back directly to council?
You do every council meeting. We have reports that come directly.
No. This directly coming to council from Utility Committee to council.
Yep.
So Utility Committee could send it to council.
Yeah, we can send this to Utility Committee. I just need direction. We can send it to wherever you want it to go. That the last time this was discussed, I believe the last update came to Utility Committee.
Yeah, Utility Committee could requisite it and send it to council. Yeah, okay. But then people can come speak too, right? If people want to come speak, right? The issue is that if somebody want to come speak, that they can't come to council, right? Yeah, okay, got it. Okay. All right, so Councillor Paquette, carry on with speaking.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually, I get the motion. It's responsive to feedback from the community, which is always a good thing. So I do appreciate that. What we've found so far, even though it's been a very short amount of time, we've seen observationally, based on what we got in our Utility Committee report, was that it is actually having some kind of impact. We also have the information in our reports about different cities and what they're doing, and going down the rabbit hole, I actually went and visited their websites and their reports. It's you know, their experience is that it is having an impact as well. So we know that, but the question here is, what's the delta between 15 and 25? And if that will have an impact. And if so, I mean, it will, but if so, how much is it, and is it worth the fee? So that's why I'm going to support at least taking a look at the implications. That's what I want to know. I just want to know the implications. I'm probably, at this point, with the knowledge I have, I wouldn't be interested in changing the bylaw, considering we've got the federal legislation coming. We've got all these other municipalities that are introducing their own bylaws in short order. This is going to become standard across the board, but I do want to know that delta too and the implications. So that's why I'm going to support this. If that's clear, I think that's an extremely simple question, and the answer should also be fairly simple.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. No, I very much appreciate the intent, and I would say that, you know, we've had a very thorough discussion about this at the Utility Committee. You know, my understanding, and I would say I would agree with the feedback that the vast majority of, you know, emails and phone calls that we get is that people are very supportive, or not very supportive, but just people are good with the grocery bag, but it's really the fast food that has become quite cumbersome and problematic. You know, my understanding is that we will have another single-use update at Utility Committee in November. While it is, you know, there's a very different element to that because it's about aligning with federal legislation. I had indicated at the committee that I would want to revisit this conversation at that time, just to give it a bit more time to kind of roll it out. I mean, for one thing, we have seen reduction, we have seen behavior change. So anyways, so for now, I don't support this motion because I do see other opportunities to raise this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. To close, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that we've had a lot of discussions on this. I also appreciate that I was unanimously supported the bylaw when it came to public hearing. And as for me, what I've been faced with is, yes, I've been able to say, you know, there's social research that shows that a fee changes behavior. And then I'll get back from residents, but how did you choose that number? Jurisdictional scan? But like, no, like this is meant to help me. I'm not saying that I want to change the bylaw when this comes back, but I'm saying that I do think that being able to be transparent with the public about what is expected between this fee increase, this current fee and the next fee increase scheduled for July 1st, 2024 is important, because I know as well as everybody that there will be more emails about it. Absolutely. And so to have that language and that knowledge and even refer them to this report that will come back is going to be helpful for me. So I hope you will consider entertaining this discussion. I understand that maybe, you know, I could go about it a better, like there could be other ways to get this information. And I also think sometimes it's really important when it's of public interest for that to come in the form of a motion so that the public is aware of the questions we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Just to check, Councillor Jans, if you're online. We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. That concludes the all the motions pending. Any notes of motions or motion without customary notice?
I have a notice of motion.
Notice of motion, that's what I'm asking now.
Yep, so I'm just trying to buzz in. Okay, so I would like to make a notice. I'm sorry, just trying to pull it up. I was busy with my other motion. I would like to move, I intend to move at the next Urban Planning Committee meeting that administration provide a report to committee with summarizing the current licenses that are issued to vendors that provide services for e-scooters and e-bikes, as well as a summary of the experience so far reported to the city and any areas for improvement with new contracts.
All right, any other notes or motions with our customary notice? Oh, no, okay. We are adjourned.